Of the post-medieval period and early modern times. The topic of this year sounds patterns and inspiration, which I believe means that we are going to listen to 35 lectures concerning biscuits, clay vessels, and their ornamentations. I would like to express my thanks to the people who were responsible for at least logistic side of the event, and for proper receiving all the participants and lecturers here in Warsaw. I'm really happy we can host you here, and I would like to wish you exceptional scientific experiences, namely interesting lectures and fascinating discussions. I would also like to wish you a pleasant stay in Warsaw. Enjoy the conference, enjoy the city, its atmosphere and monuments. Thank you so much.
Okay, and now doesn't work. Okay, and now it's time for Christina. Yes, and for the opening speech.
So, dear colleagues and friends, let also us welcome you to the 4th EUROPA POSTMEDIAEVALIS conference and say some words of celebration. Of course, 4 is not around universally. So what kind of celebration I'm talking about? We are celebrating our evolution. At the beginning, in 2018, it was just Gabina and me. We had a wonderful time in Prague, although we could feel the burden of responsibility. 2 years later, there were already 3 of us, Gabina and me and COVID. The cooperation was not such a success, and unsurprisingly, the conference was cancelled. Yet, in the end, we were able to publish proceedings of the conference that wasn't even held. In 2022, there were 4 of us. Tanya and Ricardo kindly joined us and proved that cooperation with more organizers and across Europe is possible and even more fruitful. Today, you may experience a conference that 5 of us have organized. So at the moment, the number of organizers is higher than the number of conferences themselves. To our great pleasure, our Polish colleagues Magda, Maciej and Michal accepted the challenge and helped us to prepare the conference here in Warsaw. We hope to keep this tradition during our forthcoming conferences, that there will be more than 2 of us. and does not necessarily mean that it's the number of organizers that will be growing. Everyone interested in the same topic may join us, either as an active participant or as a guest. The conference is our common interest and joy, and we would like to grow and take care of it together. Although you are just sitting here at the moment, and we are the ones sweating in front of you, you are a part of this event already, and it depends on you too, how well it will go. We are responsible for the success of this conference in terms of contributions and the intensity and depth of the discussions. We all create the special moments of this conference, and we hope we will enjoy it together. Thank you for your attention.
And now I give the voice to Michał Starski, who will lead us through the first session of the conference.
Yes, hello, I want to welcome everyone also. As a moderator of the first session, I think that we can start. I have technical information also. We have a lot of papers today, so it's important for us to give it on time and in time. So I'm asking all the delegates to know that we have only 20 minutes to present our assemblages or papers. I will give you information that you will have 5 minutes at the end of the speech, then 2 minutes and 1 minute. So it will be necessary to see this page. Okay. So we start with the 4 papers. At the end of each session, we will have questions and discussions. So there will be 40 minutes for discussion after these 4 papers. And please remember that, of course, coffee breaks is also an important part of the conference. So I think that we can start the proceedings with the first paper. We are on time. So please start with the sleepwears from Poland and inspiration for the month. What came first?
Okay, let's start.
Pottery studies constitute an integral and constant aspect of archaeological research, since pottery is one of the most elementary archaeological sources shedding light on everyday life in the past. One type of pottery produced and used in the post-medieval period was sleepwear. Vessels referred to as sleepwear are a special phenomenon observed in Europe. They were widespread across the continent and were a characteristic component of the ceramic production between the 16th and 18th century. They are also a regular part of inventories of archaeological finds at modern sites in Poland. I would like to introduce the origins of sleepwear production in the area. To this end, I will try to answer the title question: what came first, inspiration or demand? This is a difficult task because it requires many factors to be taken into account. It's both a basic assumption of economics and one of the overriding principles of the market. Demand shapes supply. However, in this case, supply is formed by non-economic factors such as human preferences, tastes, and aspirations. The analyzed issue therefore encompasses not only cause and effect relationships between various economic phenomena, but also in the intangible sphere. My goal will be to identify the reasons for this trend. In this aspect, 2 main factors emerge, which at first glance seem opposite, but in the genesis of sleepwear were equivalent and influenced each other. A distinguished feature of these wares is decoration of different complexity and techniques. For this purpose, a sleeve, liquid clay was used, creating an underlay for ornamentation and serving as a paint for the patterns. The decorated surface was covered with colorless leaf glaze. Sleeve of thicker consistencies could be shaped, poured, or squeezed, or of thinner consistencies could be applied with a brush, a rag, its painted decoration, or by hand, for example, splashed. A design could also be cut through the overlying sleeve, exposing the contrasting color of the clay body beneath, its vertical decoration. This resulted in bold and freely executed designs. The basic colors used are white, yellow, orange, red, green, and brown. The patterns contrast with the overlay of the vessels. Available raw materials were used in the slipper production, mainly ferruginous clays, but also, where such deposits were abundant in the area, white clays. The decoration of Polish finds corresponds with the pan-European stylistic trends. Simplified floral and geometric ornaments dominate. Sometimes there are zoomorphic motifs, mainly birds and deer, occasionally human figures, symbols, sentences, and dates, depicted as well. Yes, here. It can be concluded that the ornamentation shows also regional specificity in addition to supra-regional features. In different centers, potters developed their own decorative style, which was a creative reworking of the popular patterns and a similar color palette. For example, at the first glance, it can be seen that the slipware from the workshops in the Western Poland region clearly distinguished from those in Silesia or West Pomerania. Detailed differences can be identified through further studies of these finds, their compilation and publication. All of the Polish assemblages of slipware are characterized by a similar assortment of vessels, with clays predominating. Completing the sets are jugs, cups, tankards, vases, and small pots, probably used as drinking vessels. The aesthetic features and the morphology of the vessels would undoubtedly make slipware a suitable tableware for serving meals and drinks. For the same reason, they could have been used as interior decoration, displayed on shelves and hung on walls. Thus, their function can be seen both utilitarian and display. In my opinion, slipware production at the territory of nowadays Poland may have been influenced by a number of mixing pictures. Being more economical to produce than more sophisticated and valuable faience, majolica, and porcelain, slipware was accessible to a wider segment of society. The group of average consumers was most interested in purchasing these items, so slip trade wares offered a distinctive options for those unable to afford the more expensive ceramic types. I suppose therein lies the secret of slipware's popularity. The birth of modern European consumer culture has resulted in growth in the number and wealth of the middle class members. This process involved a demand for material goods that emphasized status and were a way of distinguishing oneself. Slipware perfectly combined these roles. It can be assumed that it originates from the local pottery tradition, regional and family tradition, mainly redware glazed vessels. In the concrete slipper production centers, these vessels were manufactured in addition to the main set of products, such as redware, stove ties, and clay pipes. It's clear that domestic production of slipware may have been imitated as a result of the influence of foreign thriving pottery centers in the modern area, especially of Western European countries. Baltic Sea routes and the Vistula riverbed were primary channels for international cultural exchange for Polish lands at that time, including pottery-making tradition. That way, domestic pottery absorbed various stylistic impulses. Another important factor is the migration of the people, including potters, which undoubtedly had an impact on the indigenous ceramic production. It could be started by the newcomers according to their needs and standards of quality and design. The use of local raw materials without fundamental changes in the vessel's forms and design suggests that the local pottery tradition was partly incorporated into new products. Over time, as a result of exchange of generations of craftsmen and simplification of patterns increasingly distant from the originals is observed. This is, for example, clearly visible in the case of the earthenware from Michoci. In addition, a significant human factor should also be pointed out. The need to stand out, to follow, was this fashionable through material goods, including the ceramic vessels analyzed here. That has shaped demand and influenced the branch of production of pottery workshops as well. Generally, only a dozen centers of slipper production in Poland are currently ecologically confirmed. Relics of pottery kilns and pottery waste have been registered. It's likely that the slipper characterized by its average quality and schematically decorative motifs may have been manufactured in many other pottery production centers and workshops as a part of a wider range of pottery along with plain earthenware. Both finds from pottery workshops and from other sites in Poland are dated similarly to vessels found and produced elsewhere in Europe, generally between the second half of the 16th century and the 18th century. In the Polish literature, it's generally supposed that slipware are products inspired by or imitating Italian majolica, because in the decoration of slipware as a reference to some of the ornamental motifs on majolica is clearly seen. It's well documented by finds from the production center, which remains of the best research so far, is situated in Michoci in Lesser Poland. Main features of style of majolica are well known, so I will skip them here. The finds from Michoci are most consistent with the Deruta verbs. Examples of majolica which would inspire. Eastern cultural influences in Polish slipware production are also indicated, mainly from the Ottoman Empire through the Armenians and production of Anatolian Iznik-type pottery. The ceramics is named after the town of Iznik, located near Istanbul in present-day Turkey, where it was made. It's characterized by a high technical and artistic level. The artisans working in Iznik produced tableware, vessels like jugs and tankards, as well as tiles that adorned the walls of buildings. In addition to the hard white clay body and the crystal clear glaze, a characteristic feature of Iznik ceramics is the intensive color palette of the bright orange-red among shades of blue and green in the underglaze decoration. The decorative motifs combined traditional Turkish designs, especially arabesques, with Chinese elements. Floral motifs predominated, mainly tulips, carnations, roses, and hyacinths, also cypresses, rosettes, and leaves, usually filling the entire surface of the plates. With accompanying zoomorphic motifs, depictions of peacocks, and the motif of the waves crashing against rocks, the so-called dollar pattern. Above-mentioned flowers appeared across various media in Ottoman art at that time. In the case of Michoci pottery, stylistic parallels with early Havanese Anabaptist ceramics are also pointed. It was utility and decorative ceramics produced by Havanese between 1590 and 1730 in Moravia and Slovakia. What makes Haban pottery really recognizable and different from other types of pottery is its polychrome decoration. In most cases, such decoration appears on the front side of the vessel. The motifs were outlined in black and mahogany sparkle, and different from other types of pottery. They are characterized by simple ornamental decoration, which usually consists of stylized floral motifs, tulips, pomegranates, because the depiction of human figures and animals was banned by religious decree, together with initials and the year. Sometimes the decoration consisted only of a monogram or coat of arms. It now seems unquestionable that Haban pottery arose from the tradition of Italian Renaissance, Bianchi di Faenza, to which it is similar in method of manufacture and style of decoration. Sleeper vessels coming from the western part of the present-day Poland, from Silesia, Greater Poland, and Western Pomerania, have close parallels both in terms of the set of the writing motifs and the techniques of their manufacture to products from the Western European workshops. One of the most important regions located in today's Germany, of which the best known are Weserware and Veraware. Examples here. And this main sentence, Western Pomerania. See it here. And for example, from Wrocław, we will let you know more from Paweł also. And this, of course. Both of groups of vessels were numerous and widely distributed. They also reached the coast of the Baltic Sea, including Poland, as evidenced by ecological finds. Weserware and Veraware seem to be foreign sleepwear the most often identified by archaeologists in Polish post-medieval studios. Other sleepwear manufacturing sites which operated in Western and Northern Europe could also influence domestic productions due to their proximity and cultural contacts with Polish lands. They were located in northern Germany, in southern Denmark, and in Sweden. To sum up, analyzed finds are evidence of interregional contacts and cultural influences that can be observed in ceramic production. The origins of sleepwear production on Polish lands is a complex and non-obvious issue. Two factors seem to be key in that case: the influence of foreign centers and demand of new products with characteristic ornamentation intended for everyday use, as a setting for meals and for decorating interiors of middle-class society. They complemented each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was inspirational, we know a lot of it. So it's also important that you have some information about sleepwear in Poland as an introduction to this conference. So I'm kindly ask Paweł Duma to take the second paper devoted to Wrocław as a production center of sleepwear.
Hi everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it was a very good introduction into the topic of sleepwear pottery, so we will stay with this topic, but in different location. I'm not sure if we count Wrocław to the Poland, but still you will see nice example of sleepwear from the Silesia region. Despite many decades of archaeological excavation, Wrocław, the capital city of Silesia, remains poorly understood in terms of pottery production in the modern period. There are common opinions that other Silesian cities were important centers of ceramic production at that time, while Wrocław is simply ignored. These views are often based on the results of isolated discoveries, some dating back to the early 20th century. In fact, many views of the role of the pottery crafts and products were formed many decades ago and have not changed significantly to this day. However, it is hard to believe that Wrocław, an important and the biggest city in Silesia, was not an important production center. In my opinion, many reasons support the notion that Wrocław potters not only processed and adapted patterns coming from the West, but also had a significant influence on smaller towns, especially evident in the field of sleepwear production. It seems that the influence of the guild organization led to the development of a fairly consistent system of decoration used by local potters for over 200 years, from the second half of the 16th century. While this system referred to the Western systems, including wear and weather wars, it also evolved into an easily distinguishable and original style. During World War II, the files of the Wrocław Potters Guild were destroyed. However, it turns out that a lot of information about the history of the Wrocław pottery survived, albeit scattered. I managed to find many new and previously unknown documents that highlight the importance of Wrocław as a center and its role in the shaping pottery production in Silesia. Among them are a list of potters written since the 15th century and two potter statues from the 1540 and 1740 and 1733 in one book on this picture. In the National Museum in Wrocław survives a handwritten, unpublished catalog containing information about Wrocław potters in an alphabetical order, compiled by Erwin Hitzen. So it's here one example. Regrettably, the author was unable to publish it before his death in 1931. So the city records of Wrocław also preserve a copy of the Bolesławiec, so Bunzlau Potters Statute, previously considered lost, prepared at the request of the Bolesławiec potters by Wrocław potters. Much other information that I have found over the last few years confirms that Wrocław was the center place for the resolving serious problems of guilds located in other Silesian cities. An important factor unifying the ceramic pattern system and the grammar of decoration were the obligatory journeys of apprentices. Preserved sources also indicate a widespread belief, for example, in Greater Poland, that Silesian pottery represented a superior standard of production, making it an ideal avenue for improving qualification. But what did the products made by Wrocław potters look like, and how can we distinguish them from those made outside Silesia? I analyzed many assemblages of finds from archaeological excavation in the city. They may partially solve this mystery. So you can see the map of the city, and red color marks the location of excavation. And I study material from these places and also from, not visible here on this illustration, the site located somewhere here on the Ostrów Tumski Island. Silesian potters developed their own style of slipware decoration, which lasted for a relatively long time. Stylistic differences in both form and decoration of the vessels were not pronounced at that time. Slipware came in three basic forms: flat, like plates and bowls, jugs, and rare products such as piggy banks or miniature vessels. These products share a similar pottery making technique, a consistent pattern of colors for decoration, and identical motifs. The dominant colors are brown and dark brown for the background, and yellow and green for decoration. In fact, apart from these four colors, no other colors were used. These vessels are commonly recorded in deposits discovered in Wrocław. They can also be found in other Silesian cities, but our knowledge is based mostly on unpublished materials. Based on excavation conducted in Wrocław, it can be concluded that these vessels dominate in almost all of the studied features, classifying them in a group of similar products. Plates and bowls are undoubtedly the most prevalent, with jugs appearing less frequently. Oh, sorry, it should be this one. Representation of animals, plants, and people dominated among the decorative motifs used on plates, bowls, and jugs. Due to the frequency of these motifs, the vessels can be categorized into various groups. Smaller vessels, as well as medium and small diameter plates, mostly featured geometric patterns such as lines, circles, and crosses. The second group of vessels were those containing depiction of animals with the motif of a deer being dominant, most often depicted facing right, like you see, only this fat guy is looking left. The deer served as the central motif, but was also often painted on the borders of dishes, especially large plates and bowls, like we see here. And it's only one with date. This one is almost 1579, and this one is from the second half of 18th century. Birds were used interchangeably with deer, with roosters being recognizable in many cases. On smaller products, birds are presented schematically. It's still not a bird, but other examples of deer, sorry guys. And we have birds here, and roosters and other birds. In larger vessels, animal motifs interpenetrated each other. Sometimes the central motif is a bird, and there are deer on the borders, like here, and also here. It was found by Pikalski in the 80s. And here you have some other examples of the pieces with birds. Other animals' representation, like dogs or foxes, were used less frequently. Unlike pottery from other regions of Europe, finds from Wrocław and Silesia very rarely contained inscriptions, monograms, or yearly dates. When dated, they usually originate from the later half of the 16th century, with no known dates from later periods. The recorded inscriptions were often very sparse, limited to only a few letters. Sometimes single and repeated letters were used as decorative motifs, like circles. I need assistant. Like here or here, with only one letter, and one is the exception. It's a piggy bank with the name Nickel. So Nicholas, inscribed twice. And the last common motif is human figures, like here, typically presented in a very schematic way. People portrayed on the products are engaged in drinking or eating. For example, we may see a person eating grapes, I guess grapes here, a woman holding a cup, or I guess spinning, like here. And these figures are typically complemented by geometric patterns, flowers, motif, and description, depiction of deer. One plate additionally features initials, like you can recognize initials here, and a dog. The state of the excavated ceramic vessels indicates that they were used and produced until nearly the end of the 18th century. Subsequently, they were replaced by products with lighter colors, palettes, and mass-produced pottery. As indicated by the traces observed on many reconstructed pieces, they were often treated as utilitarian products. Traces of soot and other organic residues on their bottoms allow us to conclude that they were used to heat food and were not regarded as luxury products. Vessels made in this style are also found in other Silesian cities. The first documentation of the discovery of this type of pottery was published in 1938. However, information about similar finds in other cities is sporadically published. It seems that existing research does not reflect the true picture. A review of museum collections shows that finds of this pottery are more frequent than information from books and articles suggest. When comparing products from other cities, there are differences in workmanship, details, or motif selection, but they maintain a similar stylistic trend rarely found outside Silesia. Undoubtedly, our knowledge about the development trajectory and production scale of these vessels remains incomplete. The observations are based mainly on the analysis of unpublished materials. However, a review of finds from outside Silesia allows us to identify products strikingly similar to those from Wrocław. However, as is evident from their descriptions, these materials are rarely documented and usually function as standalone pieces within larger assemblages of finds. Conversely, even with Wrocław, local products are accompanied by stylistically distinguishable products. They differ not only in style and color, but also in clay composition. While one may suspect that they are imports, ascertaining their origins is difficult. You can see other products. It's probably Silesian one, but I'm not sure. It's for Realzitia. I'm not sure about these pieces. And probably other examples slipper from Silesia, but not so highly decorated. To sum up, based on the material presented, it is clear that sleepwear was mass-produced in Wrocław, and stylistically similar products were produced in many smaller Silesian cities. However, existing research has not definitively identified the production centers of the found artifacts. Thank you very much.
So, we have 2 minutes more, but I think that we start with the session after the papers. I have a lot of questions, but I want to ask Maciej Krzyciecki to have his next paper devoted to the pattern of what we need. Yes.
Let's start with change presentation. Czy się rusza? Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for opportunity to share some impressions about different type of pottery. We are going far away from the glazed liquor, from Majolika, and far away from the big towns. I would like to take you in a small trip into the very deep hinterland of Eastern Europe, which is located in the today eastern border of Poland. So, starting from the definition, what is the land apart? It is the area located in the northeastern Poland. Today it was regarded as a wild, backward, and a kind of, I don't know how to say, addicted to nature area. It was sometimes called Poland B, in opposite of more developed Poland A with Warsaw as a capital. But when we go 400 years before, we can notice that this area is located not in the peripheries, but in the very center of the huge political project we call Republic of Both Nations, or Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It is located exactly between two capital cities, between Warsaw, which was a capital of Crown of Poland, and Vilnius, which was a capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. And it is located in the center, but it is located also in the borderline, in the internal border between Poland and Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and it is also very old border between East and West Slavonic areas, and also a border between West Latin Europe and East Orthodox or post-Byzantine Europe. This borderline started to function in probably 10th century, and it is still vivid and still very important for the entire Europe even today. So, when we know where we are, we have to define what are those patterns of the past. We have to get back to the early medieval times, where our part of Europe, from Elba River to the Dnieper River, shared similar technological and stylistic patterns of everyday cooking pottery, and those patterns were clay tempered with a crushed stone, vessels formed on the turntable, not on the proper fast wheel, on the turntable, with coils, we call it coiling techniques, and vessels were fired in the unstable atmosphere, in bonfires probably, which resulted in the brownish or brownish-red color of the surface. That's why we call this type of pottery brownware, early medieval ware or brownware. And the most popular form was S-shaped pot decorated by parallel grooves, sometimes by wavy lines, especially in the eastern part of Europe, sometimes with incisions and things like that. But this stylistic trend, this stylistic traditions was alive since the early 10th century up to the process which started in the 13th, 14th century. And we call it urbanization process of colonization of German law process, when our local tradition was confronted with the Western, not only pottery making style, which is the best expressed in a form called greyware, but also in the new ways of craft organizations, new ways of distribution of the pottery, new ways of lifestyle, urban Western lifestyle. And as a consequence, the old patterns, the old traditions, at least in the majority of Piast Poland, very far ceased to exist. They started to erode. First they went from the towns to the villages, and after 100 years from colonization, it started to disappear. But there is a region where the situation is a little bit different. And this is our region, once again, two capitals, Warsaw, Vilnius, border, medieval border between Piast Poland and Kiev Ras, and those black dots are post-medieval sites we will focus on in a moment. We will start from the eastern Mazovia, from the two sites. The first one is, small gentry village inhabited by small gentry, and Żelechów, it was a castle belonging to one of the richest Mazovian families and one of the most important political players of the 16th century. And when we take a look at the pottery from Zambrzyce, we can see S-shaped pots made with a clay prepared of crushed stone, tempered with crushed stones, decorated in a traditional way, but sometimes decorated also with a new tool, we call it roulette. And now here we can see a proper way of using roulette, and when we look at those shapes, we see we can call it improper way or creative way of using roulette. A lot of enthusiasm, but the lack of basic knowledge how the roulette should operate in a proper way. It's kind of a hybrid of new trends and old traditions, interpreted by a local craftsman, local potter, who was used to work with a material prepared in old way, but he tried to use new tools to make his product probably more attractive for the recipients. I don't know if he failed, but I like this. I like him. I like this style of decoration. And we go to the Żelechów, very rich family, but in the kitchen there is still early medieval times. S-shaped pots decorated with wavy lines, decorated with parallel grooves, produced in the same way as 500 years before. And when we go further east, the situation will change in a little bit. 3 villages, 2 proper peasant villages and 1 village inhabited by small gentry, by not very rich noblemen, which was characteristic to this part of Europe. One of them is located on the Polish side of the border, and 2 of them are located in the Lithuanian or Lithuanian Rus side of the border. But as we will see for the moment, the changes are on this slide. We will start from the village called Leonowice. It is very, very well dated thanks to the written sources. It was established in the late 16th century and burned to the ground in the middle of 17th century during the war between Poland and Sweden. That's why we have the material with good chronology. And what we've got there, about 99% of all the inventories are brownware, prepared and decorated in the traditional style. Just a few greyware, only tableware, jugs, table bowls, one plate, things like that. We can find the same in the neighboring village of Daniłowo. It's the same style, the same stylistic, and also 99% of brownware in the kitchen, just a few greyware, probably on the table. And when we go further east, to the small gentry made of Działowłockie, we can see a little bit different stylistic, but it's still brownware, accompanied by a few greyware pots, one redware jug, and one whiteware pot imported probably from the Lesser Poland, from the upper Vistula River. So it means they were not completely wild people living in the forest. They had contacts with the world outside. Some traces of technological features, traces of coiling, traces of very specific inner surface treatment. It comes from the very deep prehistory, and it was it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It was very long lasting and very typical to some sites located in the borderland between Slavonic and Baltic areas in late Roman, early Roman period, late Roman period, and then in the Middle Ages and in the post-Middle Ages. And such phenomenon is not only limited to the villages, to the poor peasants, but we can find it also in castles, in Castle of the Kocin, which was one of the pivotal places in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was a royal seat and arsenal of the Republic. And another example is Waniewo. It was a seat of a Radziwiłł family, one of the richest families in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And in the kitchen we can find more or less the same as in the villages. We have only brownware pots here, but they were accompanied both in the Kocin and Waniewo, but glazed slipware and greyware and things much more fancy and much more dedicated to the table. So when we want to find some analogies, some sources of the tradition, we can go a little bit further east. When we go to the biggest neighboring city of Grodno, today in Belarus, we can find exactly the same. Some belly pots produced and manufactured in the same way with coiling techniques and things like that. And those photographs, they are not very good, but they are photographs from the first excavations in Grodno conducted in the pre-war period, and that's why I put them here. So we'll go further east to the Vitebsk. It was a seat of Sapieka family and very rich town. We still see the same. Cooking well looks exactly the same as in Leonowice, as in Podlakia. There are some differences in shapes, but we can also find some similar small belly pots. And the last example, very far east from Smolensk, we are on the border of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And the same situation, I don't need to comment. I can say only that those finds constitute 90% of cooking ware in Smolensk and vicinity, but they were accompanied by everything you want onto the table. Stoneware, sleepware, faience from Netherlands, porcelain from China, anything. But when we go to the kitchen, we go back to the early Middle Ages. And this tradition was very, very vivid and very stable and very resistant to not only technological novelties, not only new stylistics, but also to the border changes, to the political changes, to the economic modernization projects and so on. And it survived up to the mid-20th century. In the late 1930s, one of the father founders of our ceramology, Włodzimierz Hołubowicz, conducted probably the first ethnoarchaeological survey in the history of Central European archaeology, in the same area where our sites are located. And he had opportunity to meet, to observe during war, potters working still in the traditional way. Still using turntables, still building the walls from the coils of clay, not using fast wheel, but using the rotation of the wheel only to finish the vessel. It is the last moment to register such traditions 5 minutes before the Second World War, before the apocalypse, who erased completely old traditions, old social structures, and all the things that created the identity of this part of former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And so both the techniques were the same, and even the forms didn't change from the 16th or 17th century. We've seen those vessels before, and those are vessels sketched by Hołubowicz in the 1930s. The differences are slight. This tradition, this way of using pottery, and is also, it's not only a question of pottery making, but it's also, he had possibility to register also things connected with distribution of the pottery. Those pots were not produced by specialized craftsmen, but by village inhabitants, which was working on the agriculture, of course. They produced pots in the winter, when there was nothing much to do, and they didn't sell them. They exchanged it in the villages for grains, for eggs, for milk, and things like that. It was kind of a barter exchange circle. It didn't change since the early Middle Ages, I think. And this whole world was finished after the Second World War, both because of war and also because of the huge modernization projects introduced by communist regime, both in Soviet Union and in the People's Republic of Poland. Fortunately, we have records from Hołubowicz, and his book became a kind of a Bible for every ceramologist working with pottery, not only medieval or post-medieval, but even prehistorical pottery in Poland. He created a kind of a school how to deal with the pottery. So going to an end, when I think about those pots, those humble cooking pots, I have two questions. First question is chronology. How many of the sites in northeastern Poland recorded as early medieval are actually post-medieval? How can we distinguish, especially when we have shared count in the survey, during the survey, how can we distinguish early medieval work from post-medieval work? Probably it's barely possible or hardly possible. And the another thing is, maybe it is not such nice thing like glazed sleepware or faience or porcelain, but it's worth study because it is a phenomenon lasting for almost 1,000 years in the very interesting region located between two cultures, two European discourses, one Western, second Eastern. It is not only about pottery making, it is also connected with food preparations, with cooking and dining, with transfer of knowledge, with teaching and learning, next generation of potters and users of these vessels. Anyway, it is about life, about everyday life, and I think this is the beauty of archaeology, that we can, to this humble pots, open a kind of window to the past realities, to the past life that ceased to exist. And instead of conclusion, short quotation from Zbigniew Herbert, from Polish poet and writer. It is not about Mazovia and Podlakia, it is about quite different countryside, but I think that such quotation fits. It is the charm of the countryside. Nothing is stable there, nothing looks like we expect it should like, not even in the pottery making techniques, but only when we think about progress and backwardness and modernization and tradition and things like that. In hinterlands, in such regions like Podlasie, it is always a little bit unsymmetric, a little bit across the time, a little bit with disgust to the rigid rules and our notions of how the progress or development should look like. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you a lot. It was far away from Singapore.
Yes, I know.
Always our tradition. So I want to ask Władysław Czapek, the corporation Karolina Schneider-Winklowa, to present the last paper about decoration, rural decoration in South and West Bohemia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm more medieval archaeologist, so my contribution will be focused more on late medieval pottery, but I hope that will inspire you. So my paper is addressed to water decoration, which represents a characteristic decorative style featuring numerous patterns typical of medieval to early modern ceramics in the Czech lands. Water decoration was widespread in the regions of southern and western Bohemia. The aim of the paper is to outline the changes of water decoration styles during the late medieval to early modern period, using evaluated pottery assemblages from various archaeological investigative sites and social environments. Let's start with some important information about the decoration technique. The principle of letter decoration involves pressing, stamping a positive pattern onto the soft, leather-hard surface of vessel using a decoration wheel. When unrolled, creates decorative lines or strips with repeating impressed pattern. We assume that each pottery workshop used a few characteristic designs or roulettes that were not used by other workshops and were unable to imitate. The decoration wheels, rollers, were mostly made of wood, which is likely why none have been discovered yet. Their use is known exclusively from ethnography. The tradition of letter decoration has a long history, having been found on Iron Age, ancient ceramics, as well as early modern ceramics in Western and Eastern Europe. It entered the eastern part of Central Europe in the early medieval period. In the Czech lands, letter decoration appeared again in the 13th century, primarily in southern Moravia and under the influence of Danubia. Letter decoration became more widespread in Bohemia during the 13th century. The greatest peak of letter decoration occurred in the late medieval and early modern periods, with a decline noted after the mid-16th century. Originally, letter decoration appeared sporadically until the 18th century, but at the end of the 18th century it was virtually unrecorded. Sometimes letter decoration is incorrectly sometimes letter decoration is incorrectly classified as stamped or impressed decoration, which is created using a different technique. This is particularly the case with a flat decoration, where it can sometimes be difficult to distinguish whether a strip was made with roulette or with individually placed more or less symmetrical impressed stamps using a carving tool stamp on the vessel surface. In the late Middle Ages, you most often encounter stamp decoration on goblets. The area of greatest popularity the area of greatest popularity of this decorative motif was southern and western Bohemia, characterized by the production of high-quality reduction-fired pottery graveware. Therefore, the aim of this paper is to examine the relationship between different sites based on the presence of related styles and whether there are any regional differentiation in decoration patterns specific to certain areas. We are also investigating the distribution of formally identical patterns which may suggest a relationship between different sites. Additionally, we are examining the relationship of related decoration with technological groups of pottery and vessel forms. The analysis is based on the evaluation and assessment of published or unpublished pottery assemblages from various social contexts: towns, villages, castles, fortresses, manor houses. A certain disadvantage for comparative evaluation is that we encounter different descriptive systems in different areas, necessitating the unification and standardization of related decoration into clearly defined broader groups of styles. Here we present various related patterns guides developed for describing related decoration in different pottery assemblages in South and Western Bohemia. Some patterns guides are more schematic, while others are more realistic. Some of them focus solely on the related pattern, while others consider the relationship of related motifs with other types of decoration. Unfortunately, not all description systems account the number of lines in the related strips and their location. Describing the completeness of related decoration can be challenging, especially for small fragments of pottery where it may not be reliably determined. Ideally, the related decoration should be derived from a complete vessel or its torso, with a substantial portion of the preserved upper part of the vessel shape, where related decoration is most commonly found. So there are some patterns, some guides, patterns for describing pottery. From South and West Bohemia. So, for comparative evaluation of related decoration, the roulets were standardized according to a scheme where the related pattern was identified to be consistent with the motifs appearing on the decoration wheel. Related patterns were grouped based on their geometric shape, assigned characteristic names, and given a code composed of their initial letters in the Czech language. In the first step, the presence of and frequency of different roulette decoration styles at the archaeologically excavated and evaluated sites was examined. As shown on this map, the greatest variability in decoration style is characteristic for urban centers, with less variability observed at the other settlement types. The high variability in urban settings is related to the presence of numerous pottery workshops, as well as the distribution and trade with ceramics. We have, however, investigated whether the area of Southern and West Bohemia differs in terms of the representation of related styles, whether there are any regional differentiation. Statistical analysis, correspondence analysis, and cluster analysis have been used for comparative evaluation. It turned out that some regional differences exist, but they are not pronounced as expected. We have identified certain groups of related patterns in Southern and Western Bohemia, but we also encounter patterns that appear identically in both regions. There are no characteristic groups of relating styles that are typical only for certain sites or regions. The frequency of related patterns was possible to examine in more detail only in a few of the quantified pottery assemblages. It has appeared that certain patterns are significantly predominant. This map illustrates the most widespread group of patterns at the assessed sites in Southern and Western Bohemia. In the next step, the relationship between related decoration and pottery wares was also observed. It's well known that the related patterns are prominently represented on reduction-fired pottery graveware. but they are also abundant on small-cap pottery that imitates a shiny steel surface. In contrast, they are significantly less common on oxidation-fired and lead-glazed ceramics wares. The relationship of related decoration to the pottery wares illustrates well this overview map. The dependence of related decoration on vessel forms was also investigated. It's not surprising that related decoration is most common on cooking pots and jars of various forms and sizes, followed by jugs and goblets. Less related patterns are found on deep bowls, and they appear only occasionally on tripods or pipkins. The question addressed was whether specific patterns of related decoration are associated with pottery wares and vessel forms. According to the correspondence analysis, it has turned out that there are no distinct preferences of related patterns in relation to pottery wares, except for oxidation-fired and lead-glazed pottery, where simple single-line motifs predominated. Similarly, in the case of relationship between vessel forms and related patterns, no significant association of motifs appeared. Only the forms of tableware, jugs, goblets, and also tripods were characterized by certain distinctive patterns. During the analysis of size from various social media, identical designs of related decoration have been identified, indicating the use of a single decoration wheel or rover with the same diameter and repeating pattern. Based on their spatial distribution, it has appeared that identical designs often occurred over large distances, crossing several tens of kilometers. The distribution of identical designs has suggested trade exchange between different centers and bases. The commodification of ceramics with related decoration is a possible reason for its significant variability, which makes it difficult to identify styles in relation to a specific place or area. The distribution of related decoration in the context of pottery workshops has also been traced. In total of 5 late medieval pottery workshops from the late Middle Ages that produced vessels with related decoration were archaeologically investigated in the past. The distribution of pottery shows regional trade patterns that rarely cross the borders of the territory of southern and western Bohemia. If indeed the vessels with related decoration originated from these workshops, it suggests that the production scale was significant and pottery workshops supplied pottery to many places via market exchange. The final analysis aimed to observe changes in related decoration over time. A observation method has been used to examine the relationship of related patterns to vertical stratigraphy using numerous pottery assemblages from 3 well-stratified sites or contexts in long time interval. Observation method often indicates their dependency on stratigraphic evolution and thus indirectly on time, but the reliability of this approach depends on the type of context, their biography, and depositional history. Many of these assemblages originated from contexts such as disturbed settlement deposits or backfills of features such as test pits or wells with frequent residual pottery. We have also used coin hoards, the coin hoards found in ceramic vessels to trace the development of related decoration over time. Coin hoards in ceramic vessels are mostly encountered in the late medieval period, particularly during the turbulent 15th century. After 1500, the number of coin hoards decreased, and we cannot better trace the development of related decoration as effectively in the early modern period. If the trend of development followed the normal distribution of related decoration over time, it will take the form of a histogram with the highest peak in the second half of the 15th century. Subsequently, the representation of related decoration in the assemblages declines dramatically during the early modern period and only sporadically occurs in the 17th and 18th century. Certain styles of related decoration were popular in each period. There is a clear trend away from the development of simpler and less elaborate styles of related decoration in the 13th century towards more complex geometric patterns in the 15th and early 16th century. which are sometimes found in flat design. During the 16th century, however, decoration reverts to a simple single-line motifs and generally declines. This is attributed to the expansion of oxidation-fired lead-glazed ceramics with new decoration styles competing against roulette decoration. Roulette decoration is maintained only on high-quality thin-wall reaction-fired or smoked ceramics with a shiny surface. At the end of the paper, I will give a brief description of the forms of vessels with roulette decoration. Pots. The forms of cooking pots presented here shows that from the 15th century onwards, roulette decoration is concentrated exclusively on the shoulder or under the neck in one or more lines and strips, with less frequent examples covering 2/3 of the vessel body, and in the second half of the 15th century. By the second half, at the turn of the 15th and 16th century, a number of complex geometric motifs appeared. After the mid-16th century, the decoration became much simpler. Roulette motifs with inscriptions sometimes appeared on pots in the form of late Gothic fonts, consisting of series of letters occasionally including entire text. Their occurrence was limited to the 15th century, and they were more commonly found in towns such as Pilsen, Tador, or Budweis. So pots from South Bohemia and pots from Western Bohemia, they are very similar. But in Western Bohemia occur more the roulette decoration on lead-glazed pottery. Exceptionally, roulette decoration on lids is encountered. Documented finds are only from southern Bohemia. Most of these decorated lids have been discovered in Tabor and Zimowski and are limited to the 15th century. The findings of roulettes on these ceramics forms are intriguing. This finds of roulettes on grapen bowls and whipkins. Apart from the isolated find of roulette on the three-legged pot, grapen from Pilsen, roulette decoration appears on deep bowls, primarily on the extended upper surface of the rim, and the decoration persists continuously from the 15th century to the end of the 17th century. On tripod whipkins, the roulette decoration appears below the rim in a strip on the body or all over, most often in the form of segmented rouletted base. The spectrum of jugs or pictures forms dissimilar between southern and western Bohemia. Roulette decoration is most often found in one or more strips in the upper third of the vessel shape. We encountered roulette decoration on the rib, separating the rim from the neck as well. Heavy decorated jugs with a flat roulette design are found in western Bohemia, but are particularly absent in southern Bohemia. Decorated jugs from West Bohemia. Specific category is represented by small to miniature forms of mugs, cups, jugs, and jugs with a sake spout, which are characterized by flat roulette design. They belong to the category of tableware and appear in various types distinguished by the shape of the body, side handle, and the pedestal or stand base. These forms are action fired with only the jugs with a sake spout being glazed ceramics. And the last, goblets and beakers. The last group consists of goblets or beakers of cylindrical or conical shape with or without a side handle, which are also characterized by the presence of flat roulette decoration. The decoration seems to serve a functional purpose as well, making the goblets easier to hold in the hand. Sometimes it can be challenging to distinguish whether the decoration is rouletted or stamped by a roll or carved tool. So these examples are from stamped decoration. So the final conclusion, the greatest popularity of roulette decoration was achieved in the late Middle Ages and at the beginning of the early modern period. A longer period appeared only on the bowls and forms of jugs until the end of the 18th century. During the 16th century, roulette decoration became much simpler compared to the late medieval geometric motifs. The most widespread roulette patterns were found on reduction fire pottery and smoke pottery, and to a much lesser extent on lead glazed pottery. On kitchenware and cooking pots, the decoration is most often found on the shoulder or under the neck of the vessel, whereas on tableware, jugs, goblets, cups, we more frequently encounter flat roulette patterns. Characteristic patterns of related decoration for specific areas and production centers have not been clearly identified. The distribution of identical related patterns and patterns from production sites suggest circuits of market distribution and commodification of ceramics. So that's all. I thank you for your attention.
Yes, we have a lot of time. Each colleague can give us 2 minutes for discussion, so I think that we can start with the discussion. If you have any questions, to Magda.
It's for you. And I'm sorry because I'm going to mispronounce everyone's names, as you may understand. I have no idea. I can try, but it's going to be just... So probably if I say you, and you, it's easier than I will just pinpoint. It's more a provocation than necessarily a thing. One of your sentences just popped out in my head. When you distinguish clearly, like at the table, we have a world. At the kitchen, we have a completely different world. We are very innovative and we love world connections at the table, but we keep very, very traditional when it's time to cook at the kitchen. And it's just a provocation for everyone, because that's exactly what happens in Portugal as well. For example, in the 14th century, you start to produce those green glazes imitating the French northern things at the table, but in the kitchen you still continue those traditions that come from the Muslim period. Still very well, so completely different worlds in terms of cultural backgrounds. At the table you have the northern Christian thing, and at the kitchen you have the Muslim thing. So it's quite interesting in the way, so, and I don't know if it's just something you notice, I've noticed, if everyone notices this as well. We are very traditional in the way of cooking, but very innovative in the way of eating. So it's...
That's the point, you are 100% right. I think when we work on the post-medieval pottery, we are much more concentrated on tableware. Of course, it is fancy, it is nice, it is a lot of analogies all over the world, but sometimes it is worth to go a little bit deeper, to go to the kitchen and to see the everyday of people, of preparing dinner. When we were talking, when I was talking about those finds from Podlachia and those ethnoarchaeological investigations in 1930s, housewives in Podlachia told to the archaeologists that modern metalware or even greyware from the town are not good to the cook food in a way they were taught by their mothers, because the food from the traditional cooking pot is much more better. That's why the tradition survived so long, probably. So thanks a lot, because it was nice to find some Polish-Portugal connections.
Thank you. You have a Danish connection too, because I only know one spot where we have glazed redware pots, kitchenware, not tableware pots, but also homemade, like you showed, together in the holes in the ground, so dating at the same time. They are not worked on, so I don't know which shapes they had and so on. But my thought was that at that time in the 16th century, people knew about the lead and the glaze and what damage it could make. So maybe they used these special homemade vessels for special food. And in Danish, we also have a tradition of these black pots, Juttish blackware, which is not glazed but could hold fluent food, and so you could get healthier food out of it instead of using the glazed vessels. So maybe that's also a point.
Just, sorry. Maybe it's a connection also. In Buddha, you know, it's a very strange situation. At that time, we had a lot of Balkanic people from according to the Ottoman Empire, but there was also Hungarians in the same city. And what we can see that in the kitchen, they use this glazed pot also, but we have one type, some is very similar to you, and we call it the Balkanic type because it's so archaic, without glaze. And what we can see that even today they use this type of pot to make one type of something like goulash or similar. It's a very hard dish. But even in Buddha in 16th and 17th century, they used a lot of glazed pots and only this one type, unglazed one, during the whole time and from the beginning to the end of the Ottoman period. So they also started to use the Hungarian style, I mean the Central European style pots, but they also were very archaic in the time to use and to cook their own traditional dishes.
It's just like Tanya said, we are modern at the table, but we are very traditional in the kitchen. Another questions?
Or maybe they didn't vary to use the glazeware because they are sometimes old-fashioned in some way, and the new trends we are accepting slowly, and it could be also reason in some areas that they didn't believe that it works for cooking, for example. Like for me, it's QR code today. I can get to use it. So maybe that. So, but if we all agree, so we should find recipes, I think.
Exactly. We should start to think the way they were using those pots. And in the western part of Poland, the situation was a little bit different because the modernization came much more rapidly. But I think until the 19th century, the North doesn't like glazed pots. I don't know, because of health, it's not because of poverty, but because they have glazed stove tiles, they have glazed plates and things like that, but pots are mostly unglazed. Even those made on the fast wheel in the modern way, no matter, glaze was not very welcome. So, another questions?
Yes, maybe for other religions. I have one question about sleepwear in Silesia. If you may give us information about pottery kilns. Do you have any pottery kilns
I know
in other Silesia?
Only information from the written sources about the kilns, the location of the kilns, but the area mostly were destroyed in the 19th century, so it's not possible to find any traces of the kilns. But maybe in the future, we'll see. Some, not biscuit, but for example, from Wrocław we have also the molds on the secondary deposition, so it's another proof that the pottery was produced in Wrocław, but no kilns.
And except these Silesian analogies, do you have recognized any analogies in Wielkopolska or Małopolska?
The state of research in Wielkopolska is not so good, I think. But
so there's only regional tradition.
This type of this type of slip painted pottery, I think yes, it's strongly connected with Silesian way of making the vessels.
Okay.
But maybe something will change in the future.
I hope so, because it's a great tradition, great ornaments. It should be found in different countries, different regions.
Yeah. I saw some few pieces from Scandinavia, so but still it's I said it's you have only few pieces in the assemblages, yes. So it's definitely imports, and we in Wrocław we have a lot of them, hundreds of the fragments.
Can I? Okay, just a short comment. Enormous amounts of such type of glazed ware is in Poznań.
This type?
Enormous.
Okay.
On every site in the town, you can find exactly the same tableware. With birds, with deers, with the same pattern of ornaments on the...
So it's interesting, but it's unpublished, yes?
Yes, it is. It is partly published. It is partly published, yes, but in this, in the kind of works like collected materials from the rescue excavation in the streets, you don't know where, somewhere in Poznań. So you are it's not very widespread, and very similar. Maybe the same vessels are in Mazovia. You showed Warsaw, and I know some few Mazovian towns with single shells of such pottery are present. I know it's from the Chełm Lubelski. It is what you showed a plate from Lithuania. I think we can find it in Ukraine. Maybe it is not from Wrocław, but it's the same stylistic. And I think it's time for archaeometry.
Yeah.
For good archaeometric research program, not only from Wrocław, but from Polish glazeware, painted glazeware.
Yeah.
That's all. We also got it in Gdańsk, several pieces, but I think that you could compare it with glass paintings.
Microphones, please.
Yep.
I think that you could compare it with the glass paintings in the region, because I can see some similarities, not about the genesis of the motifs, but generalized style of the...
So you mean that the glass, comparing the glass like from the Silesia? We try to compare the motifs, but they are not correspond so strongly.
Not motifs, but the style.
Style, maybe.
And we got several in the north. It's not very common, but well, we identified as a south.
Thanks.
Hello, I just also want one question that struck me when your paper, when you told that you had some, because most of the slipware from Wrocław was, I think, bowls and plates, wasn't it? But you said you have some examples where these were used for heating.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was, I think, interesting, because I always considered generally, okay, this is tableware, but then if you got traces of them having heated.
We have a lot of traces of heating, so the dark sides, the proof that they were used for preparing the food, standing close to the fire, like the vessel for eating, not only for showing.
Okay.
And in one cesspit we found the plate with the small hole, so the proof that the plate was somewhere display in the room, but it's only one example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also for Pavel, very interesting that your deers and birds are facing to the right, because almost every time you see, especially where the inspiration comes from, you see them facing to the left. And whenever you find a piece in my area in Scandinavia facing to the right, we say, oh, the porter is left-handed. Because when you're thinking about the tool using for slip painting and how you paint, you almost cannot do it facing to the right, you know? So the material you have, is it from one porter, or all porters in Wrocław, are they left-handed, or what do you think?
So it's a lot of potters, so because we have some different contexts, different times and different cesspits, so it's something connected with more with the style.
Was this a free drawing? They draw the birds freely? Because in our ceramics, what we noticed is they use like this kind of stencil, and they use it one side and then they turn it to the other, and that's why some of them are looking right and some of them are looking left. So it's not about the pottery, it's about the way that you reuse the thing.
Maybe,
I have one question and also one suggestion. First is, Vladislav, I have a question about spreading of this roulette decoration there, because in North Croatia we also have some similar pottery, but I'm not sure from which area did it come there. So maybe even the Bohemian pottery came there. It is on the glazed ware, not just on the, yeah. And the suggestion is maybe concerning the cooking and the tradition and the conservative tradition of cooking, the changing of the pots. Maybe next time we should make experimental archaeology and cook some dishes and see the difference between the glazed and unglazed ware. Do you want to comment or? Later.
So I think that I don't know.
The last one. I have a question to Magdalena, or I think also to the Joanna Nova, because I haven't seen Gdańsk on your map, where you showed us the places they were sleepwear were produced. Is there any archaeological is there any proof or that the sleepwear were produced in the Gdańsk or near there? Or there?
I didn't sign Gdańsk on this map because, as Joanna will say also something about it, but we didn't find any remains of the workshops. So Gdańsk is the important point for the sleepwear distribution, we can say, because the influences came to the Gdańsk Pomerania from the south and from the western countries. So it was concentrating different traditions, different influences. So probably the potters which worked at the Gdańsk Pomerania region were influenced during these different through these different directions. So this pottery is a combination of all these features, I suppose.
Well, what can I say? It's difficult because we have very little sources about the crafts of Gdańsk. We have no actually workshops for the 70th, 80th century. We got wastes, but out of context. But we do have some resources on the crafts in the Kashubian region generally, and we have some indications that, of course, they were made in Gdańsk, and we have the indications that they did the crafts laundry, like they get the Wunderpass. So they were terminating in the south. And for now, the workshops were identifying as a Miechocin, which I totally disagree, because our craftsmen had all the skills to make this kind of things, and they terminated in Miechocin and in the south of Poland. So I can't see the reason that they were taking sleepwears, which are not very expensive according to the finances and other imported things to Gdańsk, and they were taking from the south. It's complicated logistically. I think that I can see some tendencies in slight differences in the style of the paintings, according to the middle country and the south. So I think that we did it. I mean in Gdańsk, but no traces, archaeological or
I will comment that the similar situation is with these finds from Warsaw, that because the Miechocin is this well-researched center, so a lot of archaeologists suppose that this kind of decoration and this kind of vessels come from Miechocin, it's obvious. And so the similar situation is with these Warsaw finds. And we had remains of the workshops where these finds were made this way, like from Michodzin. So that's the point.
Something to add. I think that we should consider this slipware production as a standard part of each workshop production. Yeah, I think this is the state of our research, that we know so small, almost nothing about the production. I think that almost all potter was able to make this kind of pottery.
So still I repeat, the answer lies in the archaeological investigations. When we know the chemical composition of clays, of paints, of glazes, we can start to investigate workshop centers, distributions, ways, things like that.
Okay, so
one moment. Green light should light.
Yeah. I would like to ask Magdalena, you showed some ethnic wares.
Yes.
How can you prove, or how can you see the influences of the ethnic wares in the slipware in Poland? Do you have ethnic artifacts from archaeological excavation in Poland?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are some of them. I don't remember now to say exactly from what kind of signs. But of course, I also pointed these influences from ethnic pottery after, of course, another researchers, especially this researcher who was conducted in these excavations in Michodzin, and she found all of these finds. And after the recognition of all assemblage, she discovered these similarities with Italian majolica, and also ethnic pottery. But I think that we have to realize that in this time, and I think we know all of them, that all of these influences were mixed, yes, in different types of ornaments, decorations, and we can't point exactly that this motif is from this, but because the potters could recreate, yes, this kind of motif and to create new one in the similar way, I think.
Small comment. We have Iznik in Warsaw, we have Iznik in Gdańsk, exactly. We have Iznik in Poznań, and we have Iznik in the towns in Ukraine, in Belarus. We were one state, one country in 17th century. And there is another thing that Turkish things, Oriental things, was very popular in Poland. There was a kind of fashion. We were fighting against Turks, but we were trying to wear like Turkish noblemen, like Turkish knights and things like that. And also Turkish tableware was very, very popular in Poland. In the lines, of course.
Very, very popular. For me, it's interesting because, you know, certain part of Hungary was part of the Ottoman Empire, but the Hungarians did not use Ottoman things, neither ethnic wear. So that's interesting for me that here, when you also was fighting with them, you used them and it was on the table when of the Polish people or something like this. So thank you. It's maybe a reflection, just that the Michodzin wares are very, very similar to the North Hungarian slipwares. And sometimes Gabor Tomka, he was working with them, he told me that even the details and everything is so similar that it must be a very interesting thing to find the connections, how these Northern Hungarian workshops and these Southern Poland workshops were reflected with each other. Thanks.
Okay, it works.
Oh, thank you so much. I really know little about slipware, like because I'm majoring in Chinese porcelain. So when you mention some pottery and some slipware have an influence on Chinese porcelain, like in 16th century or 17th century. So I want to know, like, what kind of influence? Is it just the decoration or the material, like cobalt blue, or like any more deeper influence, like technique or anything else? Could you, like, I will try.
Good question.
I think that most important, maybe some of my colleagues will support my my comment, that at the beginning of the production of slipware, it was probably produced by the newcomers, yes, the potters who came from, for example, from Moravia, Slovakia, or even from Italy, and they tried to create the best products using the local materials. So these vessels were higher level than these which were produced, for example, in the next centuries. Because after they died, we know, of course, probably the craftsmen existed, but the level and quality wasn't so high as at the beginning, because they tried to simplify the ornamentation and to produce more vessels, but not so precise way like at the beginning. And at the technical point of view, I think that there are still similarities during all this period, from the 16th until the end of 18th century. But I think the most obvious differences are in this decoration style. Yes.
I don't want to stop the discussion. So maybe you have questions. So if not, I think it's a good time to have some new questions to the next session, and we can start the coffee break. Thank you a lot.
Yes, I know you are
at least some reason. I don't maybe some time with some of this. I don't remember Colombia in Tilida or somewhere because maybe yeah, with Colombia. Hopefully, yeah.
The second large group consists of painted decoration in their simplest form. These are monochrome lines that appear in the Czech lands since the Middle Ages. In the middle of the 16th century, slipware began to spread throughout Europe. In South Moravia, the Anabaptists produced faience. The third group is represented by multicolored decor, which is achieved by means of several decorating techniques, namely marbling, flaming, and absorbed glaze. The fourth is sgraffito, and fifth, the last decorating technique, and laying is associated with smoke-fired ceramics. First, I will focus on plastic, specifically in press decoration. We saw largest presentation. It's most prominent representative in roller stamping and stamped decoration. This type of decoration smoothly transitions from the medieval period. The widely spread and variability of chattering tools motifs has been documented for pots and jugs. Between 1450 and 1550, single line roulette decoration was predominantly used. In the course of the first half of the 16th century, a flat variant appears, which in addition to pots and jugs was used for tripod pipkins up until the first quarter of the 17th century. Roll stamping decoration is associated with unglazed and internally glazed pottery, but also stoneware. It was used to create a continuous repeated impress patterns. Designs range from simple notches, for example, rectangular or lozenge-shaped segmental waves, to complex motifs involve more than one element. Grooving also belongs to the category of impress decoration. It appears on whole shapes, namely pots, less frequently on the bowls, jugs, and small jars. The use of a simple groove is chronologically older for both pots and jugs when the groove is placed on shoulder. Simple grooves are typically for egg shapes, pots, and jugs. In the course of the first of the half 16th century, internally glazed pots and jugs display bundles of grooves on the central part of the vessel's body. From the middle of the 16th century, surface grooving on barrel-shaped pots becomes the dominant decorative style. In the run of the 16th and 17th centuries, there is a reduction of flat grooving on pots in favor of single to triple grooves close to the rim. In stoveware, but also internally glazed jars, a similar groove typically appears at 1/3 of the height of the vessel. These may have functioned as measuring cups. Applied plastic decoration is mainly used for table ceramics. Gradually, it is also applied to decorative objects and garden ceramics. This type of decoration is mainly associated with stoneware, which, in the Czech lands, is evidence of imported and not of domestic production. Local workshops produce mainly vessels glazed on both sides and with applied decoration. On the originally smooth body, shaped plastic application, apparently in the form of, for example, raspberries, tiny leaf, but also artistically detailed coat of arms application were attached. The period between 1575 and 1630 may be considered the pinnacle of this type of decoration. The form of the middle age of the 16th century, particularly on the deep bowls, fingered strips, or more precisely decorative strips by a roll stamps, appear. In the case of these plastic strips, it is clear that apart from an aesthetic function, these primarily fulfill a practical purpose, namely of straightening.
In general, it is possible to say that these are chronologically less sensitive shapes produced from the middle of the 16th to the beginning of the 18th centuries. Plastic decoration can be also include a folded edge pressed at rectangular intervals, which appears on bowls and tripod pipkins after the middle of the 16th century. After the year 1600, volute-ended handles or decorative flags and lugs are applied to table ceramics and decorative objects. In the course of the 17th century, small jugs, cups, plates, and shallow bowls with a twisted body can be found. These methods of shaping the body and other decorative elements can be described as Baroque forms. Now we shall move on to painted decoration, to the slipware then. Red painted lines represent the simplest form of painted decoration. Simple, multiple, or smoothly transitioning from the Middle Ages and lasting until the first half of the 16th century. Towards the end of the 16th century, red painting occurs in the form of simple or multiple red or white lines. This decorative motif is used mainly for pots with an interior glaze and decorated with multiple grooves. After 1550, slipware also appeared on the territory of Bohemia. This decorating technique is connected with a double firing. The coarse body or body with a slip is painted with colored slip using a horn slip trailer. The finished vessel is then covered with a transparent glaze. This increases not only in the aesthetic value of the vessels, but also the quality. Contemporary written sources describe the town of Beroun, west of Prague, as the production center of local slipware. You can see here that there is without the transparent glaze and there is a transparent glaze. Contemporary written sources, Bohemian slipware corresponds to the European standards of the time, both from the perspective of ceramic forms and method of decoration. Pottery forms include common kitchen production and tableware, miniature vessels, toys, and objects primarily serving as decoration, such as bowls on an open work foot. The golden age of this pottery was comparable to Verseware and Verware, the period around 1600. The body colors shows various shades of reddish brown, occasionally dark brown slips is applied directly onto the body. The wine painting was often applied in heavy relief layers. Larger surfaces of painted motifs are filled with green glaze. Incisions into colored surfaces are used to highlight certain details. A broader range of decorative motifs was applied: flower motifs, animals, geometric and anthropomorphic motifs. Neo-Christian faience production makes up a separate chapter of painted ceramics. The faience mass was prepared from finely ground and washed plastic glaze, which contains siliceous sand and limestone. The product was dipped in liquid opaque thin-lead glaze, which was absorbed by the body, and the decor was then painted on the glaze. This was followed by a second firing. Blue, green, yellow, and brown-violet colors were used. The earliest production phase, 1590 and 1620, has distinct Renaissance character. A typical product was round dish on a foot, particularly with an open work sides. The buttons were decorated with coat of arms or stylized plant motifs. Jugs of various types and sizes are widespread. The earliest examples are 2 jugs dated 1593. Products include sets for washing hands comprising of rectangular reservoir for water, a lavabo, a wash basins, bottles, as well as horizontally positioned barrels on 4 round feet. Albarellos serve the needs of apothecaries. The use of multicolored glazes, which are applied using various techniques, begins to appear on table ceramics dating from the end of the 16th to the 17th centuries. The most widespread technique is marbling, a practical mixing of 2 or more slip colors on the surface of a vessel. With a sharp jerk, the colors are absorbed into each other. The lower coating material is washed to the surface on fine hairlines. A similar technique is flaming. A coat of glaze, which only spreads during firing, is used here. Splash glaze is an effect created by splashing liquid onto the vessel surface in an erratic and coverage which takes the form of spots, splashes, and runs. Around the middle of the 17th century, the sgraffito decorating techniques was applied to decorate mainly flat shapes, shallow bowls, and plates. The vessels were covered with a blue glaze, and desired decor was then achieved by engraving and sketching. The finds are associated with the higher class social environment of cities and seats of nobility. The AHS Christogram suggests connection to the Jesuit order. The last type of decorating is burnishing of smoked pottery, which appears in fine assemblages from the middle of the 17th century onwards. It's come in ovoid shapes. And with that, I would like to conclude my really short overview of decorating techniques for early modern ceramics in the Czech land. Thank you for your attention.
That actually put us back on time again. It took 15 minutes, and now, you know, I always misspell names, so I'm not going to even try to call you. Michael?
German, Michael.
Michael, okay.
have international name. Preuss. German name. Okay, so I can start. Sorry, you will practice or with mouse. With mouse or with this?
With mouse or with the keypad. This doesn't work. It's only a pointer. So find your presentation. You can use the mouse.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I would like to say a few words about the decorative techniques in the pottery production of southern and western Bohemia from the end of the 15th to the middle of the 17th century. The decoration of ceramics formed an essential part of the production process of pottery goods. At the time of the Middle Ages and the modern era, there were numerous changes not only in the shape spectrum of pottery products, but also in their decoration. In the decoration phase, the scale of the producers, fashion styles, and the changing demands of the consumers, who with the growing cultural perspective and under the influence of the rapidly changing lifestyle, made more and more demands on the producers' were mixed. The decor was the best way to have an artistic effect, not only on the touch, but also on the side. In addition to steadily decorated consumer goods, especially richly Decorated pottery products found their way into the households of the nobility, townspeople and villagers, intended for festive tables. Finally, the decoration can also show the development of the popularity of individual colors. A detailed assessment of the decors can show the development and changes in the artistic approach in pottery production in southern and western Bohemia at the beginning of the modern era. Okay, decorative techniques we hear from the last presentation. Okay, well, decorative techniques in the observed period can be divided into 3 groups. On one, painted techniques, which include monochrome clay painting, multicolored painting, painting with high fire colors, and special techniques based on mixing glazes, marking, tracing, spraying, soaking, and so. The second group consists of recessed techniques, so-called negative. This includes engraved, ruled decorations, stamped decorations, and pruning. The opposite is the third group, which we can describe as applied decoration, so-called positives, like plastic decors, plastic strips, bands, chains, and so on. The glazing of pottery products had a non-negligible decorative significance in the early modern period. Pottery glazes were made by mixing ground powder containing silicates, coloring oxygens, and other chemical ingredients with water and applying this mixture to an overfired, still porous ceramic product. The glaze tools stuck to the surface, the water evaporated, and a molten glaze mass of the expected color remained on the surface. Glazes were prepared by potters directly in their workshops using hand grinders. The most frequently used glazes became yellow based on antimony oxides, green based on copper, and brown based on mangan. The combination of blue and white became the most fashionable color during the Renaissance. This was typical for both imported Chinese porcelain and foreign maiolica. The blue color was based on cobalt and white was based on lead. These key elements were commonly available in Bohemia, mined in almost fabulously wealthy domestic polymetallic deposits. The most important sources were located in the Ore Mountains. Thanks to the polymetallic fever or silver fever, the range of colors available on the Czech market at the turn of the 15th and 16th century was totally different than it was before in the Middle Ages. For example, we can mention lead-based white, according to the famous mining expert Georgios Agricola, who worked in Joachimsthal. In the Ore Mountains, the yellow color was produced from arsenic sulfate, brown or orange color was produced from hematite iron oxide, light blue powder was from azurite, dark blue color was produced from cobalt. Its most critical European deposits were located in the Ore Mountains, in the North Bohemia. Cinnabarite was also crucial for producing red colors. Bismuth or antimony was mined here in the Ore Mountains and used for produce yellow glazes. Bohemia also abounded in copper deposits, which were often obtained in connection with the silver mining. The gray to black or violet color and metallic luster were typical for pyrolyzed burel in Old Czech. It is manganese dioxide, mainly obtained near Horní Blatna, town Horní Blatna in Ore Mountains. Tin was also a critical raw material, the mining of which in the Ore Mountains and Slavkovský les or Kaiserwald in German language was so intensive that in the first half of the 16th century, Bohemia became the largest producer of this metal in Europe and exported it all over Europe. For example, here we can see the Bohemian tin rolls from the Dutch wreck and Molengat from the first half of the 17th century. Czech tin was subsequently also used by Italian potters who at the end of the 14th century carried out the first successful experiments with lead-thin silicon glazes that could withstand higher firing temperatures and began to demand more of the critical raw material needed for the production of majolica. Efforts to apply lead-thin glazes to pottery were also observed in Bohemia in the 15th century. The painting was already used in Central European prehistoric times. It underwent a complex development until the early modern period, which stemmed from technological progress in pottery production. During the Renaissance, painting reached its historical peak. In addition to the traditional method of painting with clay on the cut surface of the shard, the advantages of a combination of sharp and transparent lead glazes were discovered. The new technique became the basis for painting in the following centuries and became very popular in Bohemia. It important is that they find a slip trailer or slip cup. Painting with clay in shades of red and brown was among the techniques used already in the Middle Ages. These lines were simple and multiple, sometimes parallel, sometimes crossed. This decoration was applied to pots, jugs, bowls, lids, so on. The technique is documented as early as the 15th century in the foothills of the Bohemian forest and was commonly extended to tableware in shades of white, ochre and reddish from the time of the 15th and 16th century. At the same time, the same technique was used in Prague, while near the Upper Palatine border, red clay painting remains a characteristic decorative technique even in the 16th century. In other regions, this technique was on the decline until the turn of the 16th and 17th century. Painting with white clay on a shard of mostly pot-shaped vessels appeared only in the 17th century, when it gained popularity and continued to prevail in the following century. The collection's analysis have shown that painted tableware also appeared in southern Bohemia and Moravia before the middle of the 16th century. The finds so far come from the backfill of the bakery oven and the backfill of the vault from Slavonica dated before 1548. These are fragments of a bowl with a saucer-shaped lower rim provided with underglaze white painting on a contrasting red background and the neck of a jug painted yellow and on a contrasting brown. The spread of painted bowls and plates is also evidenced by a find from the town hall in České Budějovice, which chronologically dates back to the 1555. Other specimens are dated to the turn of the 16th and 17th century, and they are exclusively bowls with saucer-shaped rims and plates. Two plates have been preserved in České Budějovice, which are decorated on the bottom and on the collar with a combined colorful painting in shades of brown, green and yellow and engraved decoration. And we have analogies in the Danubian cultural region in Bavaria. Here we see painted plates from Český Krumlov from the mid-17th century, which may have come from Austrian markets, maybe. Here are a few views of the collections of fragments of painted ceramics from large and small towns or villages in southern and western Bohemia. Files from pottery workplaces must also be represented here because we see unfired products. Sometimes we see at the same time different motifs and colors here. This shows that various types of painted wares were sold in the region in the late 16th and 17th century. Unfortunately, at the current state of research, we cannot define the production locations of specific types. The exception is goods from Beroun in central Bohemia. Okay, here is with the development of painting with brushes, slide cups and slip trailers, slip cups and slip tails, other decorative techniques began to develop, especially marbling, tracing, spraying, sucking. Important was marbling. Products decorated with these techniques have been identified in southern and western Bohemia since the second half of the 16th century. At the same time, we also observe other mentioned techniques. Here is pigmentation. Growing became a widespread decorative technique in the 16th, 17th century. We have here roulette decorations and another stump decorations and pruning. The same bowls like in Prague. This is from Pilsen. There are decorative techniques on the rims of the kitchenware. And nice are the positive decors which were produced in molds. And here we can see the decorations on jugs in Pilsen and České Budějovice. Everything is from the second half of the 16th century. And here is another example from Český Krumlov. This is the wash basin. This is from the first half of the 17th century with the positive decorations. Finally, we can see the inscriptions on ceramics. These are rare in archaeological finds from the observed period. In the first case, it is an old Majolica in Guel find. In the second, an inscription on a plate. We have only 2 inscriptions in our region now. Okay, an overview of decorative techniques shows that during the second third of the 16th century, there was a huge qualitative change in southern and western Bohemia. During the second half of the 16th century, the transition from medieval goods to Renaissance goods was completed. Decorated ceramics spread to all social settings. We often see the same goods in castles, towns, and villages, indicating this commodity's easy availability in regional markets. Okay, thank you for your attention.
This is nice. Everyone is taking 15 minutes and not 20. So will you be up to it? Christine.
Dear colleagues, in my contribution I will speak about some typical aspects of post-medieval decoration, yes, again, in Bohemia, in the wake of the information presented here by my colleague Gabina Pašková. The reason is that most of the assemblages I've processed came from Prague. I will try to focus not only on description of the decoration itself, but on phenomena leading to its appearance, such as absorption, adaptation, imitation, or inspiration in the course of the pottery evolutionary process. And besides, I will deal with the task concerning how to date them. There is no doubt that glazing changed the visual characteristic and technological features of pottery, and by applying slip or engobe, in Bohemia probably already in the course of the 15th century,
the use of glaze could be more inventive. Tableware became a representative pottery, a canvas where slip and glaze are layered. One of the typical types of decoration of the early modern period, which used slip, was, of course, what we now call slipware, yet all-surface slip application was not very common for early slipware production in Bohemia. Mostly, it did not cover the whole surface of vessels in many cases, and mostly turned to the same color as the ceramic mass during burning. Although production of slipware has continued and developed, the use of slip became more general and better recognizable. I can mention the different color of the glaze at the rim of pots in the first place. The process of gaining different rim color was mostly by soaking pots into the chosen glaze twice. A result of multiple soaking, it gained another and more saturated shade or a different color of glaze. We also know cases where a different shade was caused by the slip application at the rim. Here you can see an example of this procedure at the rim of a common kitchen pot. It's like QR code. This confirms the use of slip also in vessels probably not intended for representative purposes. However, different rim color can be traced from the 17th century onwards. Dating into the 16th century and the first half of the 17th century is rather questionable. We also know this decoration from neighboring Austria, where it's dated not only to the 17th century, but also into the course of the 18th century. In contrast to early slipware decoration starting from mid-17th century, all-surface slip became common application on tableware. We find it on simply both-side glazed vessels, vessels with absorbed colorful glaze, vessels with trickling glaze, or on marbled vessels. Some archaeologists suggest that this impressive style of decoration evolved in Bohemia in the 16th century already. However, typical marbled ware is usually not seen in assemblages together with slipware from production places like Verona or Prague. That means in the same time as famous Planowane in Germany and similar products in other locations across Europe. Moreover, marbled ware is usually not found with other types of pottery typical for this period, like roll stake decoration. We are more accurate with dating it into the 17th century, and at the moment there is no possibility to be more precise. We can find pots of small sizes, plates, small jugs, deep bowls with handles and rounded jugs, all of them decorated with marbling. As you can see in these pictures, the application is not the same every time. The marbling patterns sometimes differ from vessel to vessel, but we are able to distinguish one group of products for which green and brown colors are typical. This type of marbling is typical for rounded jugs, which are found only in the area of the city of Prague, but across all social classes. As, to my knowledge, we don't know about such jugs from any other place in Bohemia. It's very probable that they were only local products or products of the only workshop supplying Prague. The recognition of another production group of marbled ware based on contemporary fine assemblages should be possible. However, this needs further study. These jugs and other vessels with this type of marbling become less frequent in the late 17th century, and during the 18th century the character of marbling is becoming different. Similarly to slipware production, the number of colors in use was reduced. It seems that marbling experienced the same evolution as we witnessed with slipware, a reduction of colors and overall simplification. The most frequent became flat forms of vessels, such as plates and bowls. Most common is white or yellowish clay on red slip. Dating is open to debate once again, but according to similar finds from Levin, a small town in northern Bohemia, well known for its post-medieval pottery production, we can consider the existence of the production throughout the entire 18th century. The first part of my contribution was about invention, development, and implementation of new post-medieval decorating techniques and their evolution. It shows the aspects of slow shift to cheaper ware and enhanced production of some newly appearing decoration techniques. The second part of my contribution is dedicated to imitation and inspiration. It, of course, did not start in the post-medieval period, but I would like to show you some examples which appeared in Bohemia during the post-medieval period, namely the second half of the 17th century and onwards. In general, we must admit that we are, unfortunately, mostly not able to point out the imitation of products made directly in Bohemia. It's much easier to point out the imitation of imported pottery. This applies mostly to stoneware. For Bohemia, we can name examples of both imitation and inspiration. The first group simply imitates contemporary stoneware jugs. They were made from earthenware of lower quality, as we can see on field of glaze and an inclination to abrasion. These vessels just copy the decoration typical for stoneware, especially from the region of Muskau, Saxony. We know only jugs, and regarding morphology, these jugs just copy already existing forms. They are already covered with brown glaze, which is also typical. Other decorated features are made similar to those from stoneware, but not so precise. Export of pottery from certain regions of Saxony, Muskau, and Triebel have experienced its peak during the later 17th century and undoubtedly also in the 18th century. Therefore, we can date the production of these jugs to this time span as well. These jugs are found not only in Prague, but also in Brno or Chrudim, as far as I know. We can find types where the decorated motifs are made very sharply, they have narrow contours, and others where the decoration is not so deep and sometimes hardly visible. Both findings, that means the one concerning the area of their presence and the second one about the differences of their implementation, led us to the conclusion that there were several workshops producing them. This also brings us to other questions. Are those jugs intended to be a cheaper imitation, possibly dedicated to a wider range of potential buyers? Or did domestic potters take advantage of the popularity of these imports, so they copied to increase the sale of their own products? The second example I would like to present shows us undeniably one of the most astounding types of decoration inspired by imported stoneware. While jug imitations, which I have already mentioned, are more or less copies, this is a distinctive response of local potters to stoneware production. I am talking about decoration created by molds. We can come across the term hostomycevare because of the existence of a unique jug published as early as 1917 by Jiří Koula. Although this masterpiece, this one, has been known as the whole group for a very, very long time, 100 years later we are not able to say more about it. One reason is the state of preservation. Vessels are thin-walled and their shards are often very small and fragile. They can be overlooked and hardly put together. Whole pieces from current archaeological research are quite rare, and the older ones come mostly from museum collections. Regarding morphology, we can recognize rounded jugs and bowls. Jugs are of rounded body and cylindrical neck. Bowls have a slightly different shape from what we know, possibly given the character of molded decoration. The production of this ware demanded a production of molds in the first place. These could probably be used repeatedly, but given the state of preservation, we must assume that almost every find is unique. The mold could be of simple motifs or more elaborated, vegetable ornaments prevail. There were most likely other production sites than the one in Hostomyce. These are to be expected in central Bohemia. Most of the shards with this type of decoration come from Prague fine assemblages, but we also know them from Pilsen in the west, Chrudim in the east, or Český Krumlov, Krumau, and Tábor in the south. To my knowledge, molded jugs are easily recognizable, therefore we can confirm we do not find them in neighboring countries. This ware is also specific for the area of Bohemia only. Unlike the jugs imitating stoneware from Moscow, this ware seems to be inspired by Westerwald stoneware, although it's not very often found in Czech assemblages. Dating to the second half of the 17th century has been suggested before, which we can only agree with. We can name products from Bunslau, Bolesławiec in Poland as an example, which show a very similar type of decoration and range in the same time span. Moreover, these products were known in Bohemia. Both kinds of ware, from Bohemia and from Bunslau, are very specific and reflect the contemporary demand for luxury items in contrast to stoneware production. More simple, but also impressive, are vessels decorated by repeated rows of same shapes, such as bulging. Sometimes these bulges are in the shape of a head, or there is a floral motif trying to copy present stoneware, for example, from Tyrol region, with plastic decoration, which was frequently imported to Bohemia as well. I am nearly at the end of my presentation. In the first part, I tried to present features which remained in use since the beginning of the post-medieval period, such as slip application. Gradually, an absorption of its application led to generalization on the one hand, and simultaneously to an emphasis of newly appearing decoration styles, such as marbling, on the other hand. In the second part of my contribution, I tried to point out two ways stoneware influenced Bohemian pottery production. The first is by simply imitating known shapes and motifs. As a result, jugs with features typical for Moscow stoneware appeared. The second way shows a unique approach inspired by stoneware products at the same time by creating molds and applying them to earthenware. Although not many of them have been preserved, we can undoubtedly consider them to be some of the most astonishing products of the post-medieval period in Bohemia. All features I mentioned reflect some events or rather situations, either new techniques developed or just a shift of trends towards cheaper groups of pottery. They reflect the issues concerning demand, supply, price, availability of resources, abilities, experience, historical context, and many others. But although we can somehow explain such phenomena, the exact dating is almost impossible. The presence of the chosen features I was speaking about could give us some time frame, but so far we have not been able to determine their beginning or disappearance. Therefore, I think it will be more resourceful to identify these features in assemblages and try to reconstruct trends and events behind them instead of searching for their real dates of presence. Thank you for your attention.
Amazing. Mario, are you spelled? Mario. Okay. On your behalf, and Marian?
Marian.
Yeah, Marian.
Marian.
Oh no, you're both here, so it's not on behalf. So.
Charms of the Central Europe.
But in my defense, you don't all pronounce Portuguese names.
Exactly.
It's exactly.
Dear friends, we would like to present you the pottery from Trojdomestice in Slovakia. In this first slide is a coat of arm of the village Domestice, you can see there the pottery wheels and amphora. This was found on the seal from document from the 18th century. Mouse.
Or the keyboard.
On the beginning, I would like to present you a ceramic from the Hungary, from the beginning of the post-medieval period. First is oxidation fired pottery. Second is oxidation fired glazed pottery. Then the Majolika coming to the Slovakia from two ways. Finance from the west with the Anabaptist and the other way from the south, from the Ottoman Empire. Production of stone tiles continue from the Gothic stone tiles to the Renaissance stone tiles. In this post-medieval era, starting the production of clay pipes and continue the production of bricks and bricks, floors, and roof tiles. All the potterers are organized onto the guilds. The first guilds in Slovakia are from 15th century, and they are in cities Bratislava, Banská Štiavnica, but in the villages, when we begin, there are guilds coming at 18th century. Our presentation is focusing on reduction fired pottery. That's in Slovakia the new theme, but in other countries, in the Middle Europe, it's good presented. In Bohemia, it's named zakończona keramika. In Hungary, pekete keramik. Poland, Sivaki. Romania, keramika negra. Germany, schwarze gebügelte keramik.
Dear friends, so this is the basic topic of our presentation about our paper. In the next few minutes we will talk about smoke reduced fired pottery from Western Slovakia. We choose one site called Domestice, where one feature was dug 20 years ago with a rich collection of finds. Due to this topic is good known and theoretically sold in publications in countries around Slovakia, as you can see in sooner presentations, we would like to speak about this theme on the case of this feature in Domestice. So this is our goal. Maybe it's not needed, but the answer why is black ceramic black is a close source of ceramic mass with good amount of iron oxides, which in effective firing without oxygen in a reduced atmosphere makes black or gray pottery.
Something about the village of Domestice. Domestice are on the southwestern Slovakia, but during the history there was the northern part of Hungary. First written sources to the village coming from the beginning of the 12th century, but important for the pottery is the 16th century. when the Ottoman win by Battle of Moháč, they come into the Carpathian and make attacks to the southwest Slovakia. And written sources speak about the villages which they attack, and they take the tax from the villages. And from the Prelomestice, from 1573, they have tax from three houses and 6 peasants. And there is a lot of potter. They speak about the potterer in the village from the second half of 16th century. And on the maps here from 18th century, you can see the street type of the village. On the eastern side was a watermill, and the potterer was concentrating in the western side, because there was the big clay pits there was a good clay, with colored clay, which they use for making the pottery. In the future, we have the written sources from 18th, 19th century, and we know identify the pottery makers, the houses of the pottery makers, and they produce it in this western part of the village. Our excavation was in the same center of the village, you see the point there, and the houses of potter was closely to this point. Important is house 38. There was in the 19th century the pipe maker in this village. This was the last ceramic production in the Prelomestice. For 20 years, in April 2004, there was a small rescue excavation there. They built the first church in the middle of the village, but we come to the excavation too late, because the builder made the foundation, and we see only the object in the profile, but the profile was full of the grey pottery. We documented only drawing the profile, and then the building is continued, and after we discovered plastically inside the object, and we found more than 1,600 fragments of pottery from the 100 vessels. And we think that the object was oval, and there was thousands of fragments of pottery. All the pottery was reduced to fired, and there was 23 fragments of the stone tiles. And in the stone tiles we identified 2 motifs. One is St. George killing the dragons and the riders, and it's possible this small fragment up, it's the Melusine, but it's so small we don't know what is it. It can be the Melusine, but it's too small to say it 100%.
So the pottery part of the find, about more than 20,000 of fragments of reduced pottery was found in this partly excavated feature. The number is changing due to our work with post-processing. So the dominant part of the collection are tall-shaped vessels, like pot-shaped vessels, and jacks and mats. From the you can see from the wide shapes we noticed balls and tripods or another kinds of balls, and also it's due to technique of production, only decoration made on the surface was noticed. So the basic technique was grooving and using the rolling tool, the roulette motive. only 7 types of these simple roulette motifs were recognized. Interesting fact is that in some shapes we found the decoration on the both sides, inner and outside. These are jugs. Also interesting for the fragments of vessels in this collection was the extra thickness of the walls. It was about 4 millimeters. So first with the conclusion. Now the entire production of the collection in this feature was reduced except the stone tiles. The fracture was light gray or gray, and we noticed that these fragments were from vessels which were never used, and also they are not the defects, the production defects. The possible scenario about this waste pit is that during some military attack from the Ottomans, the rest of finished production of waters was taken in this waste pit. When we look on pottery production in Tvrdomestice, we must see the state in the region. In a close distance to Tvrdomestice, we knew about some another pottery sites, Rashice, Dolne and the Horné Teškovce. Two villages now connected in one, Čuklasice, Zlatníky, Dubodiel, and also Bojna. Something what could help our thinking about the scenario, what was happened there in the middle of 16th century, was that the owner of the village was family Sholmoshi. But soon after middle of 16th century, in connection with the Ottoman expansion to Tvrdomestice, depends of Ottoman administration, they must pay taxes. But it was in the 70s, 80s of the 16th century. So in the period after Moháč battle in the second half of 20th of 16th century to the middle or after the beginning of the middle of 16th century, we noticed some military attacks of Ottomans in these territories. So this could be maybe way how to look on this waste pit. From the beginning of 17th century, we have more written sources about potters in Tvrdomestice, but also in other localities close to Tvrdomestice. We noticed the products of these Tvrdomestice potters in close town like Topolčany and Tvrdomestice and Tovarníky. The state with the Ottoman occupation still continues to the end of the 17th century. And in the 18th century, it looks that the pottery production in Tvrdomestice was wider. In in other written sources, there are noticed about 21 families which were making pottery, and in the 19th century there are still some about medium about 10 potters. It's very interesting because from the first written sources about potters in Turkmenistancy from the beginning of the 17th century is the black ware mentioned. In a closest pottery site, Trašice, was created a pottery guild, but the potters from Turkmenistancy weren't the members. We know this such situation from another locations in Slovakia, where black potters weren't accepted into guilds because they produced cheap ware for poor. So, few maps. So this is the location of Turkmenistancy, and this is map of Ottoman expansion to today Slovakia. The inhabitants of Turkmenistan must pay taxes. This is map of microregion of middle Nitra river. This is Turkmenistancy, Prašice, Vojna, and another group of potters localities. Just Turkmenistancy produced mostly the black ware. And this is map, cadastral map from the end from the very end of 19th century with the houses of potters. The yellow sign is place where we found this feature, but this is situation after about 300 years, but maybe indicates the continuity of potters and their houses. As you can see, this is open space, this is public space, so archaeological situation with this object seems to be quickly closed. Also, we knew some black ware from the nearest castles. We think that it could be finds of Turkmenistancy pottery, but some designs are much different. In this feature, we found just 7 times. And the final slide. By the opinion of Vítězslav Steinacher, he gave 3 answers why is black pottery still needed, and it was needed in Slovakia due to half of the 20th century. First, that it has a specific function in thermal food preparation. It looks that the black pottery is more stable due to thermal processes. Also, it's very welcome in the dairy farming. There's stable bacterial resistance. So what was very important, for example, the creaming, the milk, and so on. And also the function of black pottery in transport and storage of drinking water. If the surface was soaked, it intensively cools the content of the vessel. It was very popular in cases when the vessels with some drinks or drinking water was transported to the big difference, big distances. We found the number of 5 to 10 persons from the total in the different finding places, for example, villages, towns and castles, and this is maybe the picture about the using the special function of this kind of pottery in dairy farming. So, and later in the 18th and 19th century and to 20th century, the number is lesser, and it finished in the half of 20th century. Also, we looked at written sources and some another archaeological evidence about the sites where black were produced. This is state of study, not finished, but shows distribution in the western part of country and also in the east. So after this, we think that every region has its own production center which produces enough blackware, smoked pottery for this territory. And after the total absence of some theoretical summary of this topic in Slovakia, we define Tvrdomestice, black smoked ware, as a characteristic component of early modern pottery production in Slovakia, maybe in half of 16th century. Thank you.
So, if you notice on the program, this session is the only one which doesn't have a discussion. But we still have 5 minutes because everyone was on time. So, if anyone has any questions for our presenters, quick ones, because we only have 5 minutes. Otherwise, it was only right. You didn't want to answer questions. Yes, please.
I want to ask about kilns from Czech Republic. Do you have any in pottery production sites?
There are not microphone.
Microphone.
Yeah, I can speak mostly about the part of central Bohemia, but there are not many of them. And in Barrow, yes, there is one, but it's not published and processed, unfortunately. And another one in Prague, directly in the city center or behind walls, and there was a workshop producing slipware. So now we know 2 places where slipware production is confirmed, and that's all, I think. From the central Bohemia, there are not so many, or maybe our colleagues from southern Bohemia can tell us about more, but that's all.
We have in the evidence in the Bohemia like 20 workshops which were excavated during plans. Yeah, thank you so much.
We have around 20 workshops. Archaeological excavated in Bohemia, and I know about more like 4 workshops with slipware, but we don't know if the slipware was produced in another workshops too or not. I mean, the number will be big. I sorry.
I think Gabi wants to say something, but the speaker quite well.
It's
No, I think you need to use it.
In Verona were found some kilns, but
Probably it doesn't work. 21st century.
but any haven't been published yet, and we know the semi-finished good from Verona, and we have the same patterns from Prague Castle, so that we know that at Prague Castle we have products from Verona. And I use the opportunity, I have a short mention to Christina, because I could say I know the ceramic assembly from Prague Castle very well, and we don't have any imitation there. We have there only stoneware from Waldenburg, Bad Muskau, Dipodiswalde, slipware from Verona, but there aren't any imitations. So we can say that at Prague Castle was possible to buy the original.
Do we have any other questions? You have. Just a little one, just a small one. 2 minutes.
Just very, very short.
It's more
What German says, it's very short.
You also already answered it partly, because when you showed your first paper, Gabriela, from, I think it most was from Prague Castle, because it's really extremely nice stuff. And then I thought, was this like, you find this stuff everywhere in the Czech lands, or is it more like a socially exclusive thing was found on Prague Castle? And also, you showed that some pieces of special marbleware are just found in Prague, but maybe not so much in the more smaller cities, villages, countryside. And so, is there, obviously, I think you're on the track of some kind of social stratification, social relevance of this material you showed?
The overview was about the early medieval pottery in the towns, not in the villages, but in the towns. Some of them were from Prague Castle, but I can say, because Christina's in her presentation was the same, and it was from Prague too, so it's really similar. And we saw the products from South and West Bohemia from our colleagues, so it's really similar.
And I think it's lunch.
Yes. So
to the railway station, going to get a ticket to ride. Find a big fat lady with 2 or 3 kids and sit down by her side. Ride till the sun comes up and down around me about 2 or 3 times. Smoking cigarettes in the last seat, trying to hide my sorrow from the people I meet and get along with it all. Go down where people say y'all, sing a song with a friend, change the shape that I'm in, and get back again to start playing again.
As you can see, we are a little bit of schedule. So if I could ask to take your coffee, tea, juices, and we will start the session. Now it's going to be a Scandinavian theme. We're back to redware, and we will start with Folker with the Norwegian theme, I think. So I will keep that.
Keep it down. Thank you very much for the introduction. Now I have to figure out, I think this is one to go through with, isn't it? Yes. I hope, yes, first of course I have to express that I'm, as always, happy and delighted and honored to be here with you and have the possibility to present some things, some thoughts and some finds from the far north. And I saw, like, in the abstract I wrote something about slipware in northwestern Europe, and that of course was a kind of a bit wrong. It is part of northwestern Europe, because I mainly talk about finds from Norway, and having some thoughts about the slipware from 16th to 18th century and how it has with innovation and trade and migration. So, to start with, probably very many of you have heard that before, there is no trace whatsoever of domestic pottery in Norway throughout the whole Middle Ages and up to the early modern period. But as through the Middle Ages, as also in the Renaissance, saying like 16th, 17th century, there is in fact quite a lot of pottery in Norway, and it's all imported though. And as far as we have figured out, that was various merchants who were stand especially for this early modern pottery trade. And there is very good indication that most of these merchants were of Dutch origin, and very important for all questions regarding importation, trade and that, is the town of Bergen, as it was the largest town of Norway and one of the largest towns in all of Scandinavia at that period. And it was as such a very important trade hub since the Middle Ages and up to 1800s in a way. You see the old nice map of Norway. It's from the early 17th century, and Bergen is here. So this is the southwest of Norway, the south of Norway and the western coast here, with a large and unknown white dot of the so-called telemark, what no Dutch cartographer ever had dared to visit or get any knowledge on it. So Bergen, here the oldest, from 1580, we have a first depiction of Scoleus, Jeroen Scoleus, showed with the royal castle and everything here. This is the harbor with the Hanseatic quarter here, as the old quarter was Bergen always often seen as a Hanseatic city. It was not really, it was like, well, it was a city with a strong Hanseatic presence, what really dominated a lot of trade and economy in the Middle Ages. But in the 16th century, things, economy changed, the world situation changed, and there was new means of trade emerging, and a lot of this was done by emerging like Dutch merchants that were very well, had new trade mechanisms. There was also like independent merchants from northern Germany, Scotland involved, but I think the Dutch really played a dominant role. And there is just one site in Bergen that was ever excavated, what is clearly connected to these new independent traders from the 16th century on. It is also called Strandgarten. It is here, around at the dot, where you had remains of a warehouse, were dug in the 1986. It was very well dug, very nice report for the time, very little done with the material afterwards. I had some chance to look a bit through the material, and but not so much pictures, so I grab pictures of material everywhere I find it, where I think it's fitting. So on this workshop site, warehouse site here, what is from about 1550 to 1650. There was burnt down, made several fire layers as all wooden structures, warehouse where ships would go in, unload their goods, and then these goods were directly traded on further on to customers. This finds from this site is what is very uncommonly in Bergen, almost exclusively pottery, in such an extent it cannot be for household purposes, and none of the kitchenware, for example, has any traces of use. So, and the kitchenware was almost exclusively from the Netherlands, and here I grabbed some similar pots from a Dutch wreck, found somewhere south in Norway, typical Dutch redwares, cookingwares, as obviously hitting in the Norwegian market in large extent in that period. There was quite a few stonewares, very interesting, mostly decorated stonewares, which should not be the issue today, unfortunately. There were also some very nice Mediterranean imports, like Ligurian Berrettino faience, which is beautiful stuff, what I don't have neither pictures of or any knowledge of, so I shall not talk about that either. But there was quite a number of slipwares in this ceramical sequence, and this is what I want to talk a bit more on today. And it also is clearly to find out that the slipware dominates the decorated pottery in this period, both on this side but also in general when you say find horizons from late 16th, early 17th century in Bergen. Ah, no, it was wrong.
Just read.
No, it's
keyboard. Yeah.
So, anyways, go. So, excavation Strandgarten, to get the overview of the most important finds, what we got from there. We have some, this is, unfortunately, I have no picture from Strandgarten, so I stole this picture from this fantastic Dutch website from the metro in Amsterdam. It is Beauvais doubles graffiti, what I think is beautiful pottery. I hope, I don't know, I didn't saw Bayana, I hope she would talk more about it, because she would know more about it, but at least we have it even in this warehouse. Obviously it was there to display, to sell. It's not very much, but it's some of it. This is doubles graffiti, which is from northern France, with writings, often writings here, and very nice, very advanced type of pottery. There is, as I said, probably a Dutch trader over there. We have a lot of North Holland and this Utrecht slipware, with rough redware with some rough slip decoration. We have some, we had heard that the ware before, Verraware is appearing also in this warehouse, but the majority of all decorated pottery and the absolute majority of the slipware is Weserware, like here, almost complete plate and a lot of fragments. So, I would just want to have a few words about Weserware. It is always mentioned so much, and of course I know both of you are pretty well aware, know it very good, but I think it can't be wrong to just be more precisely in between to mention it even more, because Weserware is a quite typical and quite widespread slipware, at least in the North Sea region, a bit in the Baltic, in the time, but it's very good to date, from 1570 to 1630. It was produced in a number of quite small villages in what we call the Potland in southern Lower Saxony, the Weser uplands, which has good clays, and it has a very characteristic buff fabric. So the fabric is really characteristic if it's Weserware. It's not red there. It is not white ware, it's something in between, but it's the same clay deposit we also used to burn, to fight stoneware with. And has very characteristic ornamentation, always very often like this three colors, reddish, yellowish, greenish, combined in geometrical, partly floral patterns. And And also, very seldom you have some figurative decorations, and as we've heard everywhere, like in Wrocław, more advanced, we have birds. Birds is very typical for the slippers, and this is also what appearing in between here on the Weserwehr. And we also have some, like, not only platforms, not only plates and bowls in Weserwehr, but you also have tripod pipkins and occasionally some of these pots. In this characteristic way of decoration, some roletting also with it. And the production, obviously, it started about 1570, and it also fits with the Bergen material. It starts to appear in Bergen about 1570-ish, and then through the, probably due to the happenings in the 30 Years' War, when you had like the first phase of the 30 Years' War, the so-called Lower Saxon War, when the Catholic League ravaged to northern Germany, and then the trade on the Weser was completely destroyed, and nothing happened. Probably most of the villages destroyed. So this completely ceases in about 1630. Don't find it out. It's not produced because no one produces pottery anymore, because it's just all done there. But from in the second part of the 17th century, some potters start again making similar pottery, but a bit roughly, not so nice made decoration. And this, I guess this here, what is found near the market square on the town of Stavanger in Norway, is from this late phase, and in between there comes one or other dish in. And you see, I said, like, yes, it is traded by the river along the Weser to Bremen, and from Bremen on, like, all kinds of merchants, all from Bremen, and a lot of Dutch merchants distributed it throughout the North Sea. So, now it comes to Werra. What is very close, and Werra and Weser is two rivers that go over into the other, but Werra is something different, because the Werra is a red bear, it is clear reddish, it has a very advanced figurative, often figurative decoration with this graffito decor. And it shows allegoric motifs, it shows religious motifs, it shows the motifs as we also see on other slippers. Ladies offering a cup, maybe as a kind of a wedding gift, special bowls for occasions, for fiancés or something. We have religious motifs, like here a saint, I don't think it's St. Laurentius, found in the harbor of Bergen. And often they are dated, like here 1622. Also that makes a sense. If you give pots or bowls, plates as a gift to a special occasion, then it's nice to have a date, what you have to remember, oh, that was a wedding year or whatsoever. And it's almost, at least in the north, you all just have these platforms, plates and bowls. This is 1597, this is a nice bird. You see, it's a big difference of the quality of the compared to the pure slipware birds. When you have this graffito scratching drawings, and I think it also started. The oldest are in the the latest example, 1570s, and it's almost none after 1630. And the same, what I said to the Weser, due to the 30 Years' War, it was the production ceased. It is double-fired. What we have heard before, I think that was the Jaguars. That also first had the biscuit firing, and then you have the glaze fire. They used some the clear glaze of it, and they used some green paintings to give some accents in it. You have a lot of this fishy, there's a fish triangle, three fishes symbols. We know from written sources that it was sold to and distributed to Dutch merchants, some of the burghers, because it was produced not in villages but in small towns. And some of the town people, they were really getting fed up of the potters because the firewood would become so expensive. That what use do we have of these potters? Because they sell everything anyway to the Dutch. But we know that in Norway, it's always a question, is it just single finds or is it really trade with it, because it's not so much we find in Norway. It's a lot of it in the Netherlands, but we see here is a plate of verraware. It's like a stack of plates, and it's sintered together in a fire. So this was really a stack of plates, and I guess this was found near to the marketplace. So, and I think this was really, we can discuss, but I think it was plates to display, to show up. But if you have a whole stack of it, and it's near to the marketplace, I would take this as an indication that this was a stack some trader had to sell some more of it to get distributed. And just to mention it, that the distribution of strange wares from somewhere in the, we had heard a lot of very nice wares, but there's also many places throughout Central Europe have made the slip wares. Same region where the verraware is from, you have the small village of Oberode. No one outside of the region probably heard about it. It's white fabric, and it's black and blue, and not fabric, it is paint, it's right. It is from the late 17th century, also like this fish, 3 fishes. And this is also found in Bergen, not also, it obviously continued with a bit of trade. So now we come, the 17th century, they showed new forms appearing, also already in the 16th and 17th, you had plates, you had obviously new kind of table manners, as here like roughly seen on this Dutch painting. You have farmer family, but they have some plates on it, so obviously things changed, because before it wasn't. And in the 17th century, these things, this is like from the Dutch traders, Frechen kind of material, but then in the late 17th, 18th century, the first pottery workshops appeared in Norway, producing similar things like that. And maybe it is due to the mercantilist politics encouraged people not to import things, but to produce it in the States itself. And you have like what Ian Reid wrote a lot about, the so-called Trenda ceramic, that is very known, typical site from the 18th century. All this is pictures of from collections, and probably the most thing we know is from Ian Reid, so he knows more than me, and it's obviously migrated potters who started this industry. This is also the case in this abundant area of Telemark. Here you see how it looked like, very nice, but really hinterland. And it was obvious that there you have 1766, 18th century, you have the first pottery workshops with this kind of decoration, this hammered decoration. And it obviously was brought up by migrants. We had Diederich von Kappelen, it was a rich merchant or someone coming into Danish, servicemen coming from northern Germany, and he employs some, probably also from the name, northern German potters to make up a pottery workshop somewhere in this region, but then really developed and thrived for quite a minute. And they also, then in the 18th century, they introduced some really strange called double bowls, maybe. We had discussed it with Frank yesterday. It is like a bowl, and you have a little bowl in the middle. This is produced in Telemark, dated 1756. This is another bit later style. Here I saw it in the small town of Sandnes, where potters from probably the descendants of migrated potters to Trondheim migrated internally to Sandnes to make up back pottery workshops. And obviously they introduced the traditional kind of Trønder style, and they made these double dishes. This was on the old workshop, screwed on the wall, and they call it, for other ways in Norway, it's called fish dishes. Here they call it komple dishes. It's like a potato ball dish, because it was absolutely made for having these potato balls, was as a typical meal, and to put it into some kind of fat or something in the middle. So, this was a little walk through the strange slipwares from Norway, and I hope it was not too boring and everyone's still awake, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We're staying with the Scandinavian theme, and we will change the subject into some closer analysis of personalized redware. So very interesting topic. Frauke.
Let's see. I need this first, the other one first. Please. It's only one slide. Yes. Before I start with my contribution, I have a request for you. Regarding these double bowls, or maybe you have a better name for it, fiskefad in Danish. Because Harald Stadler from Austria Innsbruck University and me, and since yesterday also Volker, we have a project trying to map these dishes, and it looks like they have a really interesting distribution, not the normal way through Western Germany, the Netherlands, and up to the north, but the other side, along the Elbe and Oder River, maybe. And I put some sheets with these pictures there. I will put some sheets on the table here, and hope you will take one. Our contact dates are on it, and whenever you find these, we want to know. So please let us know. Yes, will you change it? Yeah. So. To something slightly different. I will try a bit of a theoretical approach and talk about a kind of question of if we can find some symbolism in the decorations of slipware seen from a Danish, Northern German, maybe Scandinavian point of view. And in addition to need to surround yourself with things you like, everybody has a certain need to express yourself. And if this need does not exist, then you do it unconsciously, despite of the choices you make. Depending on the culture, the social environment, the economy, the possibilities for expressing oneself can vary. But however, a conscious decision always plays a role. You can do this with words, with gestures, with hairstyle and clothing, but also with furnishings and of course with ceramics. Does it work? Ah, indeed. The end of the Middle Ages and the beginning of the modern era were in southern Scandinavia characterized by major social, religious and political changes, Reformation and so on, around 1500. Obviously, they invented ice cream too. These changes often require the individual to take a personal stand and possibly also outwardly mark this stand. In Northern European societies at that time, there weren't so many opportunities to visually express one person's opinions, for example through art. But all social groups used, of course, decorated ceramics, as we have seen so many presentations of today. And with its various motifs and shapes, the ceramics became a kind of art of everyday life. And in the following, I will focus on the ordinary citizens and the rural inhabitants, and not so much on the higher social statuses. Also, changes in eating habits and new technologies turned earthenware into a medium where shape and decoration made it possible to personalize individual vessels and turn them into decorative objects. And as Tanya has said earlier today, the world on a table. The richest decorated and or personalized ceramics may have played a role as social rituals like weddings and childbirth, and were therefore custom made, like this piece from southern Denmark, which is made for a wedding. Repairs, on the other hand, shows the value of the items, the fact that they were not only hung up, but also not only for storage but also for display, shows the desire to make the objects visible, and they were always shown with the decorative side facing towards the viewer. There are a lot of contemporary examples, mostly Dutch, where this can be seen in different variations. In the picture on your left-hand side, you actually see some of these fish potato double bowls up here. So up to a point in the 18th century, when the kitsch or nibs, or what you say in English, emerged, everything had a practical function. But the things could also be decorated, and the question arises of whether they were used as a tool for expression and representation. Several things are decisive here. On the one hand, the interaction between the producer and the consumer, and we heard this this morning already from, what was your name, Magdalena? Yes. Yeah, she was talking about this. So does the potter decide, or the buyer? That's a potter. Is it a question of supply and demand? These were the most gender neutral I could find. How much, for example, does the guilds have to say? Are there written restrictions against non-local porters and so on? What is determined by traveling porters and immigrants? And it also, of course, depends on a fashion. Do you want to be part of it? It depends on where you're located. For example, are you close to a marketplace? Do you have access to the material? And how do you get it? To buy your desired object. Regarding the motives, it's essential how the perished motives are understood. And again, I do mean for the ordinary citizens and agricultural societies. Do the decorations they surrounded themselves with have a signaling value? And the ceramic couldn't provide these kind of symbols before because it was undecorated, or the medieval pottery was decorated by simple decorations only. Is it a question of, is it nice to look at, or do I see something in the decorations? The motifs used, as you have seen today, were quite similar over the whole Europe, though with the time relay, especially regarding the North, which is a completely other history, and therefore we must assume that they are well-known symbols, both in connection with the Bible and in profane aspects of life. And to be understood, these motifs must be commonly known. On this slide here, you have examples where I don't want to say this is a symbol. These are flowers, and they are nice to look at. But this is a flower that could be understood as a symbol because it's a pomegranate, and this is a Bible-ish symbol. You can find in all different on all different ceramics in Europe. This again is a really nice piece, which is custom made, but it don't necessarily has symbols on it. While this, you can see the bird facing to the left, which we recognize as a religious symbol. And for the stove tiles, it's the same. Do I show something when I choose a special motive on the stove tile, like this Reformation person, Martin Luther? From around 1700, written statements with religious and everyday life text appear too. Could the potters write? Could the customer read? Question mark. If you look at the piece in the middle, it might be a wannabe writing, where the potter tried to imagine writing. And we can assume that the people knew quotations from the Bible, for example, by heart. So maybe they couldn't read, but they knew from the potter what was written on it, and they could cite it by heart. And that means they could show off when they had these vessels at home. The inspiration for the Scandinavian post-medieval motifs came mainly from the Netherlands and southern and western Germany, as you just have seen in Volker's presentation, especially from the Weser and Werra ware. But, and they in turn were influenced by faience and majonica, but not all patterns were copied. We see a choice and rejection of different motifs. In the north, most frequently represented motifs from around 1600 are the birds, the deers, and we were discussing a couple of days ago, the deers in Denmark and northern Germany doesn't have antlers. And Pavel, I think your presentation, the deers have antlers.
Yeah.
Antlers, yeah. We don't have antlers. and why is that?
I don't know.
So, there are fishes, there are pomegranates, and all the others are much more rare, like hares or pigs and so on. The tulip appears first after 1700, what means long after the crash of the tulip hype in the Netherlands. And figures of persons occur first in the 18th century, despite of that there were lots of persons depicted from the end of the 16th century in the Werra and Dutch earthenware. So can we assume that these decorations, widely understood as symbols, still have the same meaning after a long time in circulation? Is the meaning of a decoration in the 14th century Spain or faience on faience the same as in the 17th century Denmark? Or is it just a question of fashion, which moves northwards with a big time delay? And if the motifs are understood, do they have the meaning we think today? Like we say the tulip means paradise, the birds means peace and innocence, the deer means fertility and so on. Or do they mean something completely different, unknown to us? Interestingly, we also have rejection of symbols. We don't find IHS or the coat of arms in local decorations in Scandinavia. And the latter is known from various stoneware products that we have imported in Scandinavia. So people know these motifs, but they don't use it on their local earthenware. We don't have Chinese motifs either. Suns, horses, acorns, and more, which are often found in other areas, are almost not existent. And besides the main motifs, there are other decorations around on the rims and so on. Do they have meanings too? Here is a Dutch publication which tried to work out if these smaller motifs have meanings based on magical spellings you can see in the middle there, where they are mentioned as symbols. And you can find them all over Europe. So this leads to the question of whether and how a motif selection takes place. Do you buy what is available, or do you have a choice and make a specific selection? You can eat just as well from an undecorated plate as from a decorated one, right? So, yeah, you have to think that you identify with the things you choose from the potter. And your identification follows the position you have in the community. You take a stand as an individual, and you communicate it to the community through the material culture. One shows the economic and cultural profit by buying something that is useless, meaning something that is more expensive than an undecorated item. Do you want to show that you're part of a group, or do you want to show that you stand out and are not part of the group? And does this function horizontal, but also vertically, up and down? And can one raise his own social status through consumption by owning something which is still affordable, but more a part of a cultural object of the elite maybe. And how does the role of tradition affect the choice? And that's really the main topic, I think. So the material we see leads to the following assumptions for the time between 1600 and 1800 in Scandinavia, northern Germany, for this group of people. We must assume for the ordinary people that they have a local and regional identity rather than a European or international identity. They follow much more traditions than new fashion, but the new fashion is slow to gain foothold. It takes 100 or 200 years to gain foothold. The access to networks, the different social networks and their related consumption patterns plays a big role. The access to the material like marketplaces, travel immersions and so on are also important. The backgrounds as education, literacy, traveling, economics, status, age and gender must of course be considered, and an individual selection of motives from the European available pool has been created, and rejection as a topic. So by expressing identity and belonging through materials, people surround themselves with, present themselves through and position themselves on the object and person and dialogue. The individual dialogue is what I like, what is the external representation. It must not meet in the middle, of course, but the best is when both coincide, like when you have the middle situation. People take a statement, and we should more think of a local and regional identity than a European international identity, but with a desire to slowly approach innovations and higher social status. And that's what I had to say for that, but there's also a book over there, not quite with this consent, but it's a new publication about Danish earthenware between 16 and 1800, and it's unfortunately in Danish, but with German, German summary, big German summary, and illustration text, and a lot of nice pictures, and it gives a completely overview over what you have in earthenware in Denmark for that time. And I really hope I don't have to carry these books home with me again. And there are also flyers where you can order this book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We stay in the cold with a little of warm sleepwear, Finnish sleepwear, completely unpublished or published in Rex, I think. So very interesting topic. Good question. Maya.
Yeah. Maya. Thank you. This is the first time I'm going to read aloud from my cell phone, so I hope this works out. Okay, so this paper is a short introduction to the pottery assemblage I have started to study as part of my doctoral research in the University of Turku. I'm also a field archaeologist working in a company, Muurtutkimus, that carried out the excavations that I'm talking about today. In addition to ceramics, I'm interested in the people using the pottery and how they used it, and what sort of activities they were engaging with their ceramics in their urban, early modern environment. Just a short introduction to our site, the Turku Market Square excavation that took place a few years ago. Due to a new underground parking hall and the renovation of the square, the largest excavations in Finland revealed a part of the old town that covered about 20 larger town plots in 4 different blocks. This area was built and inhabited around mid-1600s and partly destroyed in a fire in 1827. In the beginning of the 1830s, the old town was demolished and the present-day market square was built, leaving quite nicely sealed 200 years of archaeological data for us to research. During these centuries, Turku, as a capital of Sweden's eastern province, was among the largest Swedish towns, so I'm representing Sweden here today as well. From the written records, we know that people and families from different levels of society with all sorts of occupations lived there. Overall, the area could be described as middle and working class environment. I'm talking about red earthenware today simply because it is the largest pottery group in all the post-medieval urban excavations in Finland, and well, we don't have so many rural excavations, but it's there as well. Here on the right you can see the charts based on both the church count and the weight from the market square excavation, where the red wares dominate from 72 to 89%. And then we have some of the green ware or industrial ware, faience, a little bit of stoneware, a little bit of porcelain, and then we don't like the unglazed stuff, so we don't have so much grey, black stuff, just a little shirt somewhere, so it's all glazed, all stoneware, all nice stuff for us. And just a quick look at some material that is arranged in time. And again, you can see that the red dominates. It's there marked in the red. You don't see it. I don't think you see all of it. But it's when the industrial whiteware comes up, the percentage of the redware just diminishes a little bit, but it's still the biggest group we have. The faience is used in small portions, and first it is Dutch, and then by the 18th century the Swedish factories supply the material. I have concentrated on these two plots during my preliminary studies. These plots belong to the part of the excavation area that I was personally responsible for, so that's one of the main reasons I started there. Otherwise, they're just the same, or as unique as the all other plots we have excavated. I started to analyze the pottery found in dumps and in one well from these two areas, and they are marked with red and pink over there. Only a small portion of the entire assemblage is analyzed so far, but I will widen my research in the future as soon as I will get some funding to concentrate on my thesis full time. I have chosen two different waste deposits as case studies for you to show today, but my conclusions are based on wider material, of course. So the first case study today is in a way very typical waste deposits in our excavation area. It's a dump which is quite large, about 3 to 4 meters in diameter, but really shallow, only about half a meter deep. And the upper parts of the deposits have spread and mixed in the surroundings. These kinds of dumps have been situated in the back of the plots, and they have been very like some sort of compost heaps. We see from the soil and the fines material that the deposits have been turned and mixed when they were in use, and sometimes they have been emptied and some of the waste has taken away. These actions in the past make the research material quite fragmentary. This context is dated mainly to the first decades of the 18th century. From that time, we know the owning family, and we know that they fled to Sweden, or the Swedish side, for a couple of years during the Russian occupation, and the plot was deserted for a while. And it is possible that half of a horse skeleton we found has something to do with that time period, because horse in urban context is really, really rare. It's considered a bit of a taboo at that time. And now the pottery. The minimum number of vessels in this context is 66, and the majority, 53 vessels, is lead glazed earthenware. 22 vessels are so-called household utility wares. And they use this term to cover both cooking vessels and storage jars, because often these two vessel types have the same type of rim form, and without the characteristic parts such as the feet or the handle, they are difficult to tell apart. So the number of tribal pipkins is, in the end, usually determined by the number of handles. And the majority of the redwares are tablewares, and most of them are plates and bowls and decorated slipware. And here some of them. You can see my material is quite scattered and small. For the decoration itself, there are only hints, but in addition to these spirals and stripes, there are some curvy lines and other motifs, but usually the motifs are just partly present, so they are really hard to tell if they are birds or tulips or anything. I don't go into the origins of the pottery presented here because I simply don't know them. It's quite a common problem in other countries as well, that you don't know where the stuff comes from, and the vessels look too much alike, especially in the small shirts, and the forms and decorations have been copied everywhere, as we have seen already today. And I know from the written records that in Turku we have imported redwares, and we must have domestic redwares as well. But since I'm almost the first and only one to study 18th century redware pottery in Finland, I cannot tell yet which are imports and which would be local. Maybe in 2 years. Many of the undergraduate tablewares have green glaze on white slip, so in a way they stand out from the red-brown kitchenwares. And in addition to some loop handles, there are all those molded handles appear. And here's one of the nicest plates from that dump on the left. And the decoration with this simple bird is something new to me, not the bird itself, but the style of the decoration, which you can see from the close-up. They have used different colored white wet clay on white slip, and I think first there has been these small drops of the colors, and then it's brushed through just once to get this marble-like line. And there's another plate from the same context with the same type of decoration, but I don't know if there's any picture in that. But if anyone has seen something like this, or has a term for that decoration style, just please let me know. And another context I want to present to you is the fill of the timber well. There are only a few pine-rich well deposits in Finland altogether, and usually the wells have not been used as secondary dump sites. For example, out of our almost 30 wells from the Market Square excavation, this is one out of 2 wells that has waste in them. The others have been filled with stone and sand and are quite empty, regarding any finds. And this material is dated to the end of the 18th century or the first years of the 19th. And during that time, this small plot is known to be owned by 2 seamen and just one carpenter. So the minimum number of vessels in this well was 29, and many of them are almost whole vessels, and you can imagine that I've never seen anything like this before, because it's always usually these small fragments. So I'm quite happy about this. So these are a couple of storage vessels over there. And the vessel on the top right, this decorated with painted green glaze on white slip, but the surface treatment is damaged, possibly post-depositionally. So it was hard to photograph, but there are tulips on there. And with these whole vessels, it has been possible to identify also chamber pots. And now that I have these sort of reference, I have been identifying some more fragmented but similar ring types as possible chamber pots in other contexts as well. But very often the smaller shards of these type of vessels are grouped just these household utility wares that I use as an umbrella term. And again, we have 10 red tablewares, which most of them are decorated. And here you can also see how few of the vessels have damaged, and the decoration should be clear glaze on white slip and green glaze decoration, but something has happened probably in the well, or
the soil in the Market Square area was really weird, and I think a lot of our pottery which has white slip, all the glaze has just gone off, and it's really hard to tell even what they looked like originally. No, I lost my place. So I have used the division to table or service vessels and the cooking and storage jars just to have some data to work with. But I do want to challenge a little bit of this, especially when it comes to the plates and bowls. And just to add that only a few of the service vessels are so-called closed types, and by closed I just mean the size of the rim compared to the body, so all kinds of jugs and bottles. Usually these vessels are stoneware bottles and tankards, or some faience or industrial jugs. And we know, and we can tell from this material, that Finnish households used wooden vessels and glass for the liquids. We used quite a lot of wooden vessels in all sort of kitchen, especially kitchen and storage activities, but we don't have so much of them left. If I look at the use of redwares during the 200 years time period that I have, there are no big changes that I can point out. Only there's more elaborate decoration in the older plates, and the younger redware, the simple decoration seems to be. But the decorated vessels exceed the undecorated tablewares. And we know there's a change in table culture and pottery production as well during the 18th century. The faience and refined whiteware is used, and most of these imported wares are tablewares, especially plates. Some tea and coffee cups appear as well, although it's good to remember that import of coffee-related vessels as well as coffee was banned time to time during the 18th century Finland and Sweden. So are these decorated redware used at the same time in the table, or for example during different meals? Or do the whiteware plates belong to some households and the redware tableware to others? And although the material is from waste deposits from certain plots, I cannot identify the pottery to the certain households as nicely that I originally thought. First, through archaeological material, we see that there are only a couple of waste deposits per one plot, and the deposits have been in use for long periods, even for decades. And during that time, not only some waste has been taken out from the dumps, but also people who use them have changed. In plot 120, we know that the owners didn't change so often, as the same family stayed there for a couple of generations. But plot 119, on the other hand, had changed its owners quite frequently. And then there are the tens of other people who lived at the same plot, because in large towns, people rented their rooms to others. We can see that from the population registers, which have been organized by the plot numbers, and list all the adults by their name and occupation, as well as the number of their children yearly. And we have those from the last quarter of the 18th century onwards, especially. So along with the main family, there could be other families as well as single occupants. And they are of different wealth and status, and they all use the same dump for their waste. So the pottery material gets equalized in a way. All the wealthy and the poor material is mixed in these contexts. We can of course think that the owning family who stayed there for longer had more things in their households in the first place, and maybe accumulated the dump more during the years than a single apprentice or clerk who rented a room for a year or two. But nevertheless, there is disturbance in the deposits in many ways. I have some preliminary thoughts about redwares on these households, or multi-households if you want to call them. And I would like to take into the consider and maybe go somewhere from there in my future studies. And first, the ones are the tripod pipkins. In a way, I was quite amazed how much of these kettles I can still find in the early 19th century context. It is the same type of cooking pot that was used already 400 years earlier. And they appear in the same context, that's where you get iron cauldrons as well.
But in many ways, it is a really useful vessel. If you think of a Finnish household in the 18th or 19th century, the main house, especially a wealthy one, had one of these big stoves, which operated as the central heating system as well as the cooking stove and the oven. And then you don't need the tripods because you don't have open fire for cooking. They located on the main room, which belonged to the main family, or even in the special kitchen if the house is big enough to have separate room for that purpose. But for the other heated rooms, the tile stove or the other type of fireplaces were used. And if you happen to be a tenant who rented a room or a part of a room with smaller fireplace, you would need a tripod to cook with. And there's a long picture from a museum with the metal ones, but you can still get the idea. Yeah. And as for the decorated redware plates, first of all, as the tripods, the most used vessel form still in the early 19th century seemed to be plate or shallow bowl with different sizes. And as the tripod becomes, this vessel form has been around for centuries. They have the same form as the medieval wooden plates that we have plenty from the 13th century onwards. So clearly it must have been useful for all sorts of things. And still is, as you can see in the picture I just took a few days ago from my home, with some late 19th century redware bowls and the very common bowls of Finnish design Arabian Tema from the 1960s. And the larger white one I use almost daily for soups, pasta, porridge, and salads and everything. And the same form was even made of glass. There are these very common 18th century glass bowls called viinipulho up there, and they they were especially used for preparing curdled milk, which was kind of a yogurt but different type of bacteria. Apparently, the ceramic bowls were used for the same thing, and they were more durable and cheaper than the glass. And one of my argues, and although being classified as table or service vessels, these types of vessels were used in preparing the food as well. They could have been used in all things you can possibly come up with, from whipping cream or mixing the dough or serving potatoes. And that could be also the reason they appear along the whitewares still during the time that you think that everything would be white. And as it seems that the decorations are simpler, and that the ones in the 17th century display plates, which we have seen a lot of, these nice ones, these have probably been very mass production and cheaper, and probably had different status than the earlier elaborate plates. They could be more easily disposable, although I have signs of repair, both on redware and as well as in whitewares. So, and if you think about the Finnish indoors, people lived in one room, basically, and had everything there. They cooked there, they had there, so then you could have those on display on the walls as well, but then you could use them for everything. And so maybe in the wealthier households, the decorated redware bowls were used for serving simple everyday dishes as well as preparing the food, and the fewer whitewares could be used in special occasions. And for those households with less fortune, the redwares were only but multi-purpose vessels if they couldn't afford the whitewares to show off their status and style. So, here was my very short introduction to my material and some preliminary thoughts on this topic. And I hope after 2 years, the next meeting, I'm able to present some more progress on my doctoral research on this vast but interesting material. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have some time for questions. Are there any questions? Questions? Discussion? I know Scandinavia is a bit upper than the continent of Europe, but still, we do have something in common.
I have just one remark.
Przytrzymać? Guzik? O, już jakiś robi to działa.
I have just one remark to Maya's presentation about shards getting to be black on the surface. I know it mostly from cesspits. It's very common, especially at where with white surface. And I was thinking about the fin that maybe could be the reason for making them black. But sometimes we can meet them also on vessels. They have only white and gold. So it could be both. White is turning to black. In cesspit especially.
Yeah.
And not only white, but we have we have experience with green glaze, and we do some macro photos, and you can see small black pieces in the glaze. So it isn't possible to clean it. It's there forever.
Yeah.
I have one question, maybe boring for my colleagues who know my interesting. I know some text in Scandinavian language, but Finnish it's quite difficult to me. I never can read them. If you know, if in Finland do you find some Chinese or Japanese pottery in excavation from maybe more 18th century end of 17th?
Yeah, so just a short comment. Everything you have, if you know anything about Swedish archaeological sites, it's basically almost the same in Finland, because we were the same. We have some other, like Russian influence probably somewhere, but not so much. But yeah, we do have porcelain. First, well, everything that it was imported, especially by the Swedish East India Company. Yes. So it comes.
Then you find something.
Yes, yeah. So it's
in which place?
The urban towns. This one just died.
Maybe we can speak without microphone.
I hope you can hear my voice. We have been excavating mostly urban sites in Finland. We do have some sites, rural sites, but they are mostly, let's say, pre-1600s. So if we would excavate 16, 17, 1800s urban places, I don't know what we get. But the rural archaeology has been concentrating on medieval.
Yeah.
So I can only say from the urban. But yeah, we do have Chinese porcelain up in the Tornio, which is the northernmost town in the Baltic Sea, there in the border of Sweden.
After, maybe I would like to ask you the bibliography.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Small question about herrings and potatoes. Is it only in Denmark and Norway, or
no, in Poland also?
This small balls.
I have two.
Oh, yeah. The balls, the shapes of the shape
because
of the...
maybe it's traditional Danish food, which were imported to Norway. For example, I don't know. And what was the sauce in this? Because not a place for potato.
No. It's not a potato. It's a close. Close. It's like dumplings, and you have the fat as a sauce in the middle and in the small bowl, and then you have the dumplings around. But it's not only Danish and imitated in Norway. Right now we actually think it comes from Austria or Bavaria, because there are also examples there, and they are older than the Scandinavian ones. And they are also in Lausitz, in Zittau, as faience. And they're called Honigteller. That means you had honey in the middle, in the small bowl, and there are also holes in the little bowl there, which means the honey could run out onto some kind of pastry, I guess. So you have different regions and different kind of food for each region. And nobody has ever written about it as far as we know. So it could be very interesting to find other examples, because I haven't seen them in the Western parts, neither in Western Germany nor in the Netherlands, not in Switzerland, not in Great Britain or so. But if you know these kind of shape, please let us know.
Another question?
Yeah, just I wanted to add that in the middle of Italy, this is quite common type of dish. The plate with the bowl in the middle, and it's from 13th, 14th century. I know it is.
Okay. Can you give me some references?
Yeah, I can find them. And I think it's also in Arabic world, because in Italy I learned that they imported this idea from East. So it's maybe another type.
Okay. Interesting. Good.
And just one question to Frauke about the personalization.
Yes.
Because you see this as a new phenomena, or new phenomena for sleepwear, because sleepwear appears in that period.
No, of course not a new phenomena. It has been since we know people from Stone Age or earlier, of course. But here you can see the individual person standing out from your neighbor or from the other parts of the family, because you have a personal piece, and that you maybe cannot see earlier, because ceramics before this time was more a common thing in the kitchen, where everybody had food out from one bowl, and now you maybe have personalized items. And when you go to the potter, you can choose. You can say, okay, I want the bird or the deer with or without antlers facing to the right or to the left, I don't know. So yeah, you take a statement somehow with the thing you choose. And it's more clear now, because in the medieval ages, when you have a jug with some decorations, you might also have chosen it, but can we know about it? Now it becomes more clear. Is it answer enough? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the medieval period, and I don't see that unpersonalized, according to, I don't know, even for the research of the colleagues from Lithuania, or not only in pottery, but in metal things, in other things. And from my point of view, we personalize in the medieval period, maybe not like a very, indicates a very slightly personal decorations. But for example, all souvenirs. For northern Poland, for example, from Italy or Spain, this is the kind of personalization. So I'm just trying to.
We just don't find these things in Scandinavia.
Yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great, thank you. Any more questions? So, thank you for a cold session. Coffee break.
10 minutes was a bit afraid now.
Now we can.
Quick coffee.
the ring is spanning from 16 to like 19.
Yes, I know. Oh, perfect. I can present my exchange. It's a nice word, facilitate.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm not really sure if I can make it. Otherwise, I
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening the last session of this long day, and I hope it will be as much interesting as the previous one, especially that we come from the cold north to the hot Iberian Peninsula, and I have honor to invite Ricardo Costeira da Silva, and sorry for my Spanish accent.
Oh, okay. Oh dear, Stan, we're Portuguese. We know that we sound like a Russian speaking Spanish.
That's Spanish opinion, yes I know. But I was only one time in Portugal. When you invite me to the next conference, I will learn Portugal. So, Ricardo Costeira da Silva and Tania Manuel Casimiro from Coimbra to the world and back, I hope. So, the floor is yours.
Okay, where is it? This one, oh, thank you. Hi everyone. I have terrible difficulty in speaking like sitting on one place, so if I walk around, you please indulge with me. First of all, Ricardo is sitting there. I only convinced him to come to Warsaw if he said, I'm on holiday, so we are going to do everything. So that's why I'm speaking. He told me, I get nervous when I speak, so I just want to take calm, relax, if people have any doubts. Okay, so 2 years ago we were in Coimbra, and 2 years ago we had a lot of talks about the pottery found there, but we felt that we did not present in that conference pottery made from Coimbra. So this year we decided to bring you 2 presentations, one today and one tomorrow. One more about patterns and the one more about concepts. So today it's more about patterns than anything. And we would like to introduce you something that we recently discovered was a Coimbra production, which is this graffiti, which is this graffiti ware painted red ware, painted in white. This appears in the country a little bit around. However, we had no idea until probably 2 years ago that this was made in Coimbra. We found it around, it appears a little bit around the world, but we have no idea. And still, we have to be honest, there are no kilns in Coimbra still that we have found with this type of ceramics. But the problem is, it exists in Coimbra more than anywhere else. So, and of course, the clay is the Coimbra clay. So we joined 1 and 2, and this is the main idea. So let's see if I can change. Okay, for those of you who were not there 2 years ago, Coimbra is a little city, which is not a little because it's the 3rd largest city in the country. There. This doesn't have a pointer, does it?
Yes, it is a pointer.
Oh, okay. But it doesn't work.
Here, right here.
Oh, right there. Okay, perfect. Which is that way. And what makes it special? Well, a lot of things in our opinion because we are in love with it. But the idea is this is probably the second major production, well, second, third major pottery production area in the country. Lisbon will definitely be the first. Actually, both are the colleagues next will talk about the productions of Lisbon. It's the major of the kingdom, and then we have the doubts. We don't know which one, Aveiro or Coimbra, which one of those will win. We have no idea, but they are probably equity on who is the most major production center. It is located in beautiful River Mondego, which is fundamental for our talk because it is a huge way of exporting importing raw materials, of course, and exporting the final product. Pottery Pottery is not produced everywhere, of course. There is pottery, there is the neighborhood of potters, and it's in that area close to the river where a lot of types of ceramic were made. So we are just presenting one type of the many different types that the Coimbra workshops produced. Our idea is that this graffiti ware painted in white is the product of one single workshop. We are not sure of what we are saying, of course, but we have this idea that the way it's done, the craft specialization and everything gives us this idea that there is one potter, one group of potters, and then if we conceptualize the amount of pottery we know of this category, probably it is something that someone produced around 25 to 30 years, so that would be the lifespan of the production of a potter or pottery, whatever. However, we have to go a little back, and a little back is 9th century, so probably not post-medieval, but those things, a few years ago in Spain, there was a society for medieval and post-medieval historians, and they decided one day that the Middle Age would finish in 500. So on 1 January 500, they decided that the Middle Ages would finish, and the post-medieval times, the early modern age would start. Archeology doesn't work that way, or not in either history, it doesn't work that way, so we need to go back, and we need to go back to the 9th century where Coimbra was a Muslim city which also was produced a huge amount of quantity of pottery, and some of the characteristics of that pottery was white painting. It was painted in white, and of course Coimbra continues to be Muslim the 19th, 12th century, and in the 11th century we still have this tradition of the Muslim pottery decorated with the waves and the 7 lines and the 3 lines, all important numbers to the Muslim symbolic society. If I'm talking too fast, just please let me know, because I tend to get excited and talk too fast. And this is it, and then Coimbra is conquered. It's conquered by the Christians, or it's never conquered immediately, but the political military elites leave the city after the domain of the Christians in the 12th century. So what happens to the population? Absolutely nothing. Of course, potters continue there. Potters don't live with the military, and people just stay there. They don't live with the military and the political elites, and they continue to do exactly what they've always done, right? They continue to do pottery exactly what they do. That's just why it's so difficult for us to identify context from the 12th and 13th century based on pottery alone, because it looks exactly the same as the one it did 100 years before. So we use other fossil directors so we can date those contexts. What happens is there is a progressive evolution. Of course, there's a new power. There's a new power in town, or in several towns in Portugal, of course. And what happens is, progressively, generation after generation, some of these shapes tend to change and adapt a little bit more to the taste of the Christian populations, or the ones who live under Christian domain, because not all of them are Muslims, because documentation tells us that at least until the 15th century, mid-15th century, there are Muslim potters still working in several cities below the Mondego in Portugal. So what happens is, they tend to adapt the shapes, but the decoration continues to be exactly the same, and it will continue. And then, when we reach the 15th century, we have all of these shapes that are now Christian, if we call it like that. They have completely changed their shape relatively, well, not completely, they still share some elements, but they tend to change of what was a Muslim production, and then they adopt a new way. We intentionally did not translate what we call them in Portuguese, because if we had to translate that, it would be little cups with a cookie fruit. So we decided to leave it that way, because the translation, we would be lost in translation. And then it's exactly the same thing. So the shapes are the same, but the shapes change, but the decoration, the white decoration, maintains. Until, of course, we reach what we are talking about here today, which is this maintenance, or this idea of red wares painted in white. This paint, it's made on a base of water and clay, of course, but it's made also with other oxides that tend to maintain this, to make it very, very white. And there are several types of decoration in white. This is not one size fits all. Of course, we have just the white paint painted freely over the shirt. And then we have all of those little objects of little dolls and these actually are ringing bells. These are very nice, they are ringing bells, which are also painted in white, and this is a Greenberg production. As far as we are aware, there is no other place in the country that is actually producing this. And of course, what we are discussing here, which is this sgraffito. They actually outline the decoration and then paint the interior one. The interior one. There are different types of paint. Some of them are just painted with white clay, and others have some opus fires, if I think it's the right word in English, that make the paint even whiter. This brings us to the context in Coimbra, which has the major amount of these ceramics. We were there 2 years ago, so we saw a lot of these collections presently, but here we are just going to talk about this specific type of ceramics, which is this sgraffito painted. What I'm going to show you here is different shapes in different decorations. Falk was already talking about how do we call it symbols. Are just flowers are symbols? I do think flowers are symbols, okay? So this is the problem with terminology, right? And we, for example, this one, we probably believe we think that it is still inspired in the eternity robe that the Muslim period had in almost all its decoration. So the idea of continuity and eternity. Other ones, and these ones are really, really cool because they have the different fleur-de-lis, inspired fleur-de-lis, they're inspired different things. And this one is really nice because it's actually a coat of arms, if I can call it that way. It was one of the symbols of one of our royal kings, which we call Shferat Milar, which I have no idea how this translated to English, so I'm sorry. But it's the idea of one of our kings, King Manuel, going back to the 16th century, actually created this symbol to actually represent it everywhere around the world, to actually represent the Portuguese Empire. So it's quite interesting to see if it is also in the Coimbra production. But these kinds of ceramics were not, how do you call it? This was not. Although everyone used redware ceramics, this one was not the kind of cheap cups that you could drink. We are not sure about the price, but we have some lists of prices in Portugal of this kind of ceramics. And for example, in Lisbon we can buy a pucan. A pucan is a little cup where you can drink water for €1, like 1 coin. The Coimbra ones cost 20. We don't know if it's this type of cups, but the Coimbra ones are more expensive than the Lisbon ones. So this is we have the inventories and the price of the things that were established by the city hall. And of course, more things, the rope of eternity and little flowers and floral decorations. And I think here the potters were actually quite free to actually do what the inspiration brought them. Just to give you some ideas, they come in different types of shapes, they come in different types of sizes. Some of these ceramics are very well finished and very well made, and they would be in fancy tables. They are not actually things that we find outside. If we look at the archaeological context where they are discovered, they are usually always associated to high standards level, like convents. Convents are very rich places in Portugal. The idea of poverty in convents does not relate to the Portuguese nuns. Actually, being a nun in Portugal was not a call. If you didn't get a good marriage, you would be sent to a convent. So that's why you take all your dowry with you. But also this one, where different techniques are combined, and this we have the so-called plastic decoration with this kind of lion heads associated with this graffito and the paint and everything. So this one is really cool. And this would be objects that would reach a high value. And I think, just to show you some examples, we have more, of course, but we didn't draw them all or photograph them all. We hope to have them in the publication, we think. but also a teapot and everything. So as you can imagine, we have a huge variety of objects that are associated, and of course the plates, what I call this, the high standing plates, the fruit bowls, where you have a little feet up. I don't know that in English, I'm sorry, a fruit bowl probably. And we could expect that this would be like a local production and a local consumption. But the fact is, we have found it several places in the Atlantic. And of course, if in Brazil or Cape Verde, it would be expected to be there. These were Portuguese colonies. So, and by tendency, the people going from Portugal to these places, to the colonies, and establishing their and taking their household with them, they tend to reproduce the same behavioral models as they have in Portugal. So we can see the same collections and the same type of consumption as a reproduction. However, we also find it in non-Portuguese places, so where things are sent for their value. There is a few examples in Vigo, Spain, that this was almost expected, because there is a very frequent trade between Coimbra and the north of Spain. Not so frequent Amsterdam, where this plate appeared. So it's quite interesting. Although Amsterdam still has another thing, because according to Marijn Stolk, who did her PhD on this collection, she thinks these are Portuguese migrants that go there and establish there. So some kind of relation can exist here, because Amsterdam has a lot of Portuguese ceramics. Less frequent would be in Newfoundland, Canada, where a huge collection of these objects was found. Actually, this is the house of Sarah Curtis. We know exactly who she was and all her collection and the things she consumed. And this was actually found in her personal collections. And this is a very fancy lady with a lot of money. She was one of the most powerful people in Newfoundland, with a lot of ships and a lot of people working for her. So, and she has a lot of porcelain, she has a lot of Portuguese ceramics, she has a lot of imported stuff that actually do a very nice set. And so we usually tend to find these objects in very wealthy contexts. And of course, courtesy of Adrian. Adrian, when she got back from Coimbra last year, she emailed us, me and Ricardo, and she asked, would this be Portuguese? And I don't know, okay? To be honest, I have no idea, but I suspect as we see that red wares painted in white should be frequent in other places in Europe. I don't know. We tend to talk about this, and earlier on in the session, I will finish before that. Earlier on in the session, I can continue, but earlier on in the session, we were talking about how we have similar behaviors in Europe. How do we see the same patterns of consumption? How do we see these same things happening? And we don't actually combine those things to see what happens. I do believe that a lot of people in this room will know of other workshops in Europe that do red wares painted in white. I would love it to be Portuguese. It was another dot in my map, but I don't know. I have no idea. It's something we should probably discuss, this training connection and this idea. But it was so fantastic that you emailed us like you said, well, could this be? And we left you. I have no idea. So that's something we can debate or discuss, if what kind of other places around Europe actually paint ceramics in white. Probably not with a Muslim, probably in Hungary with the Muslim Ottoman influence. So let's see if that idea of a Muslim influence is bigger than we thought. So it would be very interesting. And thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Great, perfect timing. And now the final part of our session. Sorry once more for my Spanish Portuguese. Rodrigo Bania da Silva, Sara Ferreira de Cruz, and Andre Valgao, and host Jorge Branco, Lisbon Pottery and Mudecalism. This last word I know. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, we would like to congratulate the organization of this edition. at the Institute of Archeology and Ethnology and the University of Warsaw. And let's start the journey to medieval Lisbon, our medieval Lisbon, right at the end of the Middle Ages. Our presentation aims to show and reflect the production of redware ceramics produced in Lisbon potteries in the end of the 15th century and the very early years of the 16th century. In a very simple way, these pieces are distinguished from the contemporary productions by displaying white painting with symbols. This communication stems from a set of contexts dated from 15th and 16th centuries. Some already published and others unpublished. We aim to raise some questions and reflect on the social significance and maybe what symbolism could reside here. However, the use of white paint in Lisbon ceramics returned in 15th and 16th centuries, departing the rather simple typologies and decorations of the previous centuries, often confined to wavy lines painted in white. Regarding the technique, these pieces have smoothed surfaces and on top of this painted with a thicker white paint. And we will present some archaeological contexts from the 15th and 16th centuries Lisbon. And let's start with a huge, very polemic, we must say, archaeological excavation. The archaeological works in the cluster of Lisbon Cathedral, built in the second half of the 20th century, after the expulsion of the Muslim community in 1147, started in the 90s. The excavation allowed the identification of a significant occupation. We know that 5 sherds of white painted redware were recovered in the form of jars decorated with geometric and floral motifs. In 92-93, the archaeological excavation of the gardens of the palace of the Counts of Penafiel uncovered the ruins of 2 residential structures predating the Great Earthquake in 1755. The documentation and the historical sources suggest that this area was occupied by houses in the second half of the 16th century. In association with sewage structures, one of these buildings were recovered 12 white painted redware sherds. The assemblage includes jars, cups, mugs, and vases decorated with geometric and floral motifs. Highlighting the presence of a vase with very complex decoration, known as secret vase. In Portuguese, vaso de segredo, and the translation, secret vase, with some questions, contain different channels inside where liquids were stored. This type of vase is associated with medieval Muslim context from the 11th and 12th centuries. In 1903, as part of an urban rehabilitation project in the Mouraria Quarter, or Moorish Quarter, a building was excavated and more than 3,000 ceramic sherds were collected. The context was interpreted as a waste disposal and households from the 15th century. 13 of these sherds correspond to a white painted redware, plates, cups, geometric and floral motifs as well. Near the riverside of Tagus River, the intervention carried out at Largo do Corpo as part of the expansion of Lisbon subway in 1996. Stratigraphies from early modern period were identified, along with the several compartments associated with the ruins of the Court Real family palace, opened in 1585 and also destroyed in 1755 earthquake. However, this palace was built on a landfill level originated after 1531, year of another major earthquake. From these levels, a vast ceramic assemblage manufactured in the mid-15th to early 16th century was recovered. Once again, a secret vase painted with white and inclusion of quartz and white limestone. Near the Moorish Quarter, the archaeological works carried out in 1997 at Praça do Martim Muniz recovered 42 sherds of white painted redware. These sherds come from layers dated from the 16th century. Again, mugs, jars with geometrical and floral motifs. And 1 year later, in 1998, as part of a preventive intervention at Rua Augusta, it is known that a plate with identical decoration was identified. However, the archaeological excavation remained unpublished. The end of the 20th century brought a significant and important urban archaeological excavations in Lisbon. Between 1998 and 2006, archaeological works were carried out at Castelo São Jorge, Saint Castelo Jorge, corresponding to Royal Palace, Church, and Bishop's Palace, buildings dated back from the 15th and early years of the 16th centuries. In one of 14 storage pits, a large assemblage was found, however, with just 14 sherds from white painted redware. These sherds were integrated into waste disposal and debris inlays from the 16th century, plates, small cups, and small pots with phytomorphic and floral motifs. Between 1999 and 2001, during one of the largest and most important archaeological excavations in Lisbon, at Praça da Figueira, a long diachrony was detected from the Iron Age around the Acropolis, an Islamic neighborhood, from 11th and 12th century, a garden space from an adjacent Norman convent, and from 1498 until the 18th century, the Royal Hospital of All Saints. In the stratigraphies from the foundations of this hospital, formed in the last decade of the 15th century, several sherds of white painted redware were recovered. The presence, along with utilitarian redware from the first half of the 15th century, suggests that the foundations for the construction of this hospital affected medieval layers, showing older ceramic sherds associated with the Dominican gardens. Also, in this archaeological excavation were recovered 3 sherds from the secret vase. More recently, in 2013, the archaeological works in Quarteirão dos Lagares, near the Moorish Quarter, recorded ceramic production from the 16th century. The intervention allowed the collection of a vast set of redware associated with waste disposal and pottery production debris. Pieces with manufacturing defects, such as glaze defects or killed furniture, and so on, were recorded. The context still unpublished. As a matter of fact, we don't know if the white painted redware was produced here. However, the excavation reports show a white painted redware shirt, possibly from a mug or cup with geometric motifs. Between 2016 and 2017, construction works from a hotel were carried out in the former palace of Coquelin family. This palace was destroyed by the 1755 earthquake and transformed in the industrial warehouse. The assemblage from Roman era to the present days remains unpublished. However, in the current and permanent exhibition in the hotel's lobby and common areas, were displayed the trace of this occupation, like a white painted redware shirt with geometric and floral motifs. However, the ceramic produced in Lisbon reached rural settlements and its medieval outskirts. In 2020, an archaeological excavation identified 14 storage pits, deactivating for sure in the second half of the 15th century. The waste and debris filling these structures, 98% of them were redware, with just 2 sherds of a cup and a jug with white geometric motifs. The production is also documented outside Lisbon and in other parts of Portugal as well. Oeiras, Almada, Palmela, Santarém, and Montemor Novo are some published contexts from the 15th and 16th centuries. Although many of those sites produce white painted redware too, but nothing similar to the Lisbon cases. And now a brief analysis of the artifacts recovered in Lisbon. The published data from the shards presented allowed us to verify distribution by 1. areas associated with pottery productions of the old Moorish quarter, and 2. landfill work from the late 15th and 16th centuries that reflect the urban transformations in this century. The record of these shards in layers formed in the second half of the 15th century and early years of the following century, ceramic production and technique confined to a specific period in time, and finally, they are proportionally quite limited when compared to other ceramics categories. However, recent studies from different sites in Lisbon, with some archaeological, with the same chronology and consumption profile, reflect the scarcity of white painted ceramic, or more even, its total absence. The typologies with white decoration repeat the forms of the unpainted and glazed redware, 15th and 16th centuries. Considering the functionality of these shards may be confined to liquid containers, pots, plates, cups, and jugs. Also significant is that the secret vase, when in the archaeological record, is always associated with the white painted redwares. These vases are typically associated with the Muslim occupation, knowing this kind of vessel in 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. For the medieval Moorish period, these vessels would be in wedding rituals. However, in the 15th century in Valencia region in Spain, this vase is referenced for containing basil. The production of this kind of vessel in the 15th century shows similar decoration with the shards from the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, with their production being quite widespread in 15th centuries in many workshops. Regarding the decoration, the majority of these shards show motifs such as 6 or 8 painted stars, geometric patterns, phytomorphic motifs with stems and foliage. The motifs may possibly suggest inspiration from the Muslim tradition in the late 15th century, especially from the Mudja-inspired tile decorations produced in Seville. The analysis of these motifs, comparing to Islamic art, suggests some symbolism and symbolic reference to the Islam. These 8 painted stars associated with God and paradise, the tree of life in the garden of Eden, associated and connected to the eternal life, the representation of the forbidden fruit from paradise, which according to the Quran was eaten by Adam, who lived in the garden of paradise with his wife Eve. The throne of God, according again to Quran, is the greatest creation of Allah. The Kaaba, the most important place in the Islam, the building at the center of the mosque, also known as the house of God. And finally, some final remarks and questions and some problematics. The Moorish quarter was a space of huge pottery production at medieval times, supplying the city and its surroundings subsequent centuries. In the 11th and the 12th centuries, these potteries produced white painted redware with simple decoration, starting to disappear with the Christian conquest of Lisbon in 1147. Although the practice of decorating redware with white paint resurfaced in the middle of the 15th century, with very limited production until the early years of the 16th century, where it disappears again. But which workshops were producing these motifs? Given the small quantity identified, can we suggest that there were few workshops producing these pieces? And who was producing them? In the 15th century, despite the Moorish quarter was an enclosed space, the Muslim community was expanding. In the document dated in 15th century, it's possible to read that in this space, in the Moorish quarter, in 20 potters, 7 were Muslim. Were these potters producing these ceramics, knowing this symbolism? Who was acquiring these pieces? Possibly someone who also can relate and recognize these symbolisms? We don't know. It's certain that the use of these ceramics disappears in the early 16th century, coinciding with the habit of expulsion of the Jews and Muslims would be associated on December 5, 1496. Or it can be suggested that, indeed, it's a very limited production elaborated by one or more potters who migrated from Andalusia and brought the tradition with them. We don't know. There are more questions than answers. Indeed, everything indicates that Muslims and Christians shared everyday life coexisting on the streets of the 15th century Lisbon, expressing themselves. That's all. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. It was very impressive. It's a different world for the majority of us, Central and Eastern Europeans, but we can find some connections, of course. But now, it's time for discussion, it's time for questions. Who is the first? Adrienne, please.
Just one maybe comment. I don't know whether. I would like to say thank you for the help of the Portuguese colleagues. And also that I want to tell that now I see that in the Balkan the Serbs has also this kind of red wear and they are painted on white. So maybe if that it is in the first stage, and I know this inside the decoration also, but without painting from the Balkans, so somewhere maybe we can find when they combine this too also. Because I can see that the patterns are different.
But I would love it to be.
And also we have some requests from Slovenia, so it can be, but it's a little bit far.
I know.
Okay, who next? Questions, comments, remarks? Please.
Yes, just one question, because you showed the symbols on the slide there, and it was very impressive how you explained it, what they meant, because I was yeah, what do we get out of it? But so it's very impressive. But I see there is this one like 6 tagged or pointed star, like the Star of David. Could this be some kind of Jewish potters then, or?
It's a possible, yeah, but we have the other symbolism that suggests that could be a Muslim inspiration. One could be Jewish, why not? We don't know, but the others, maybe not so much.
Yeah, no, but this specific one that so there may be several potters, they all expressed whatsoever they wanted to express.
There is a large community of Jewish in the 15th century in Lisbon, so it could be.
In theory, Jews and Muslims in Lisbon were expelled at almost the same time.
Well, they were not, because 100 years later, Philip is still sending them away.
Okay, who's next? So, if not, thanks a lot. One short comment from me. It was very, very inspirational. We have not very much white painted redware, but we have red painted whiteware in common. Sometimes with geometrical motifs similar to those from Lisbon. They are just roughly described as, okay, geometrical symbols, but when we start dig deeper, like you, maybe we will find some connections, I don't know, with Christian symbolism or folk culture or something like that. So I think it's very good to to take a closer look what we are digging from the earth. Thanks a lot. And now, before we start the coffee break and prepare ourselves to the pottery workshops, some organizational issues. Tomorrow we will start with museums, and please be at 9 o'clock at the Old Town Market in its northern facade, close to the Nowomiejska Street, New Town Street. It's easy to find it on the Google map. It is the main entrance to the Museum of Warsaw, and we will be there, me and Magda, to gather you all and to introduce you into the museum. Then we go to the Royal Castle. It's not so far from the Old Town Marketplace because we have very little Old Town. It's an opportunity for tourists. And then we have a little bit of free time, but we should be right before the 2 o'clock in the Polish Museum where we had lunch today, because you know it takes a little time for them to serve it all, and we should start tomorrow about 3 o'clock at least, because at 7 p.m. we started our, I don't know, social evening? I don't want to use the word party because it is in the museum, so social evening I think it's appropriate. So thank you all. I hope that everyone survived this long day, but it's not the finish. Now we have a coffee break and we will prepare for you some pottery.
Yes, it will be
three-dimensional.
Yeah.